Good evening and welcome commissioners, applicants, and interested parties to the January 8th, 2026 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. My name is Chris McIntyre. I'm the chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and I will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Chapter 260 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing wetlands protection, and Chapter 263 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing stormwater management. The Conservation Commission meeting is now open and in session and is being held on Zoom. If you have any questions for the Commission, please use the Q&A feature on the Zoom application. Please include your name and address to be recognized. When called, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission is the town's conservation agent, Charlotte Pechtel, as well as the Conservation Administrative Clerk, Melinda Wall. I will now take a roll call vote of commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, present.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Sanji Fernando, absent. Will Ashton joining us late, and Chris McIntyre present. For now, we have a quorum of 4 commissioners. First up tonight, we have minutes for approval, including December 4th, 2025. Have we all had a chance to review that? And we're all 4 of us. I was present for both of these. Anyone absent?
Yeah, you were all here.
Okay. Any comments or questions on the December 4th minutes?
No.
If not, I don't either, and I'll make a motion then to approve the minutes from December 4th, 2025. Do I have a second?
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0, so the December 4th, 2025 minutes are approved. And next set of minutes is for December 18th, 2025. Any comments or questions on those?
No.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve those as well. Do I have a second?
Kathy Berrigan, second.
Kathy, I'll take a roll call vote now. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
and Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0. So the December 18th, 2025 minutes are also approved. Tonight, hearings continued until January 22nd, NOI 25-21 for 33 and 37 Stanton Road, 294 and 300 South Main Street, and 33 Cedar Lane for ecological restoration. Our first public hearing tonight is for NOI 25-30 and stormwater permit 25-2, stormwater permit 25 for 259 Atlantic Ave. And this is a new hearing, so I'll read it into the record. In accordance with the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section, lost my page, sorry. Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom webinar ID 885-3921-7741, passcode 803414 on Thursday, January 8th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. for notice of intent 25-30 and stormwater permit 25-17 to raise a garage and build a home with associated stormwater structures located partially in the 100-foot buffer zone to Coastal Bank at 259 Atlantic Ave for Susan Davis. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpechtel@cohassetmass.org. .gov, excuse me.
Hi, Brendan.
Evening. For the record, Brendan Sullivan with Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. Let me pull up the plan for the property. So this is for a single-family home at 259 Atlantic Ave. It's a fairly recently created lot. It comes off of 257 Atlantic Ave, which these are both more or less retreat lots behind. Is it Sheldon Lane that kind of abuts the Sandy Cove, Sandy Beach? I'm sorry. So it is a vacant lot. Other than there is a tennis court basically in the middle of it. Otherwise, lawn, landscaped, exposed ledge. There's an existing garage there as well, with driveway to it. Driveway comes in and access is 257. Sorry, here representing the owner applicant, Susan Davis, who owns the main house and owns the vacant lot as well. So we do have a couple resource areas here. We have a coastal bank, which is delineated more or less by a seawall seaward of the sports court, and then by grade comes up and wraps around the northerly portion of the property. We also have a number of flood zones, velocity zones. We have a VE20, VE17, and then we have a VE16. And it's a little odd in this one that the VE16, so as you know, delineating a velocity zone to a zone X, it's as it's shown on the flood map. And this is shown on LOMR, which is a revised flood map that was published by FEMA in 2018. That shows the VE16 coming basically through the middle of the tennis court, middle of the lot here. Even though the landward of that, as you can tell, we have elevation 12, 13, 14, so it's below 16. But FEMA has determined that the floodplain ends at this point out here. So with that being said, as I said, we're proposing, tearing down the existing garage, taking up a portion of the tennis court to allow for some landscaping in between the tennis court and the house. We have 2 infiltration systems to attenuate and infiltrate the increased runoff from the house in the driveway. We did test pits out there to confirm the soil conditions in the ledge. We were able to dig some test pits to get some adequate material to infiltrate, as I said, the runoff from the house and the driveway. Utilities will be coming in off of the existing driveway, water, sewer, gas, most likely. And I think that's really about it. As far as the floodplain goes, we did speak to John Hallen about it, the building inspector, who by default is the floodplain administrator in the town. He agreed with the delineation and the interpretation we had of it, and he did decide that we don't have to apply to zoning for this project. With that, I'll open up for questions and comments.
Commissioners, any initial questions or comments?
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be the addition of substantial fill to get above that 16 feet for the house. Is that correct?
Yes, we have the grade is going to be brought up. I mean, not significantly. We get an elevation 15 out here as it wraps around to the existing 15 where the driveway is in the southern portion of the property. I mean, the tennis court's at about elevation 11. So there's some fill being brought in. So what we kind of did, Tom, was I'll bring up the LOMR if anybody's familiar with these, but so this is the LOMR, this is the updated floodplain. As you can see right in here, and if you can see that right in there, but there's the tennis court right there. So his velocity 16, his velocity 17. So it does wrap around, but as I said, the velocity between the velocity zone and the zone X is delineated by this white line here. You can't go seaward of it, you can't go landward of it. That's where it is. So the new house is proposed in this area here. So what we kind of did is kind of figure out, well, okay, what's happening seaward of that? So seaward of the velocity zones, there's an AE 10 here, there's an AE 13 over here, and a velocity 14 here. So we basically figured that if there was, when FEMA delineates these, especially when there's a velocity to the zone X, there's usually an AE in between that area. But sometimes it's so narrow, they just don't show it because, I mean, if you were to put this white line graphically on the ground, it's about 12 to 15 feet wide. So, if that AE zone is only 10 or 20 feet, they just marry it into the velocity zone. That's what I've been told. So in my mind, maybe back in here, maybe there would be an elevation 14 AE. So that's kind of how we designed the structure, was adding some fill. So we'd be above elevation 14. And the first floor is certainly well above that 14, where it's 16.8 with the first floor.
It seems like a wise thing to do, but it also opens an opportunity, I think, for you to move your infiltration chambers out of the 100.
So we did some test pits. As you can see, there's lots of ledge outcrops. We didn't show all of them. We showed the two that were good. We did some test pits over here, which were very shallow to bedrock.
You're gonna add a couple of feet there and fill, right?
Yeah, his 14, 13, so we're going up to 15, so we are adding some fill over here. I could see where we ended up over here with ledge. Might have been as shallow as 2 feet, so 2 feet of separation from that. Now we're at surface grade, and now if our systems are, a foot thick with a foot of cover, we might be able to get them subsurface, but
Yeah, so your test pits were done prior to fill. So obviously you need to add those fill elevations to your test pits, and you should be able to readily see whether or not you can put your infiltration chambers in those zones of fill. Now maybe they're going to be elongate or maybe not as compact as you've shown them, but it looks like there may be an opportunity to do that and keep those out of the 100.
That's be something we could look at. I mean, so within the 100-foot buffer, we are reducing impervious. I think I mentioned from reducing a portion of the tennis court.
Right.
So like I said, we just with the amount of shallow to bedrock areas in this, on this eastern portion of the property road.
I just asked you to look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's really my only question here. So you're not going to, the sports court / tennis court is going to remain undisturbed. You're going to dig it up and then repave it again. Is that the plan?
I think we're gonna leave it intact as is now. I mean, it's in fairly good shape. So it still might be in use as a sports court or patio surface or something like that. But we're only planning on taking out a portion of it.
So I would say that if the decision is made after the fact here to eliminate that there be that within the 50-foot buffer, that there be some sort of attempt to restore that to natural conditions.
Oh, sure. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, if we later on plan on doing something, removing the full tennis court, then we can certainly do some planting or something around around there. Remember the sports court, this is the lined tennis court. Sports court goes out, the pavement goes out to the chain link fence.
Right.
All this chain link fence area is all paved.
Yeah, I can see that on the map, on the image. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Tom. Steve, any questions, comments?
Yeah, on that sports court area there, if you do wish to remove it at some point, we have to come back to us.
Um, that would be up to Charlotte. I mean, we'd either amend the existing order or do a new order, and depending on when, you know, I mean, I know the owner is planning on living in this house, building this house for herself, and her daughter, I think, is actually moving into the main house.
Uh-huh.
So Susan is planning on moving into the proposed dwelling.
Mhm.
Mr. Chair, no work is currently proposed in the 50, as you can see with the red line for the limit of work. So if the entire sports court were to be retrofitted or removed, we would need additional approvals for that unless the commission wants to vote on a variance
Yeah,
anticipating
no.
any
We
potential.
just we'll come back to you if there's going to be any
Okay.
alterations to this plan in the 50
Yeah.
or this,
I think
sports court.
Susan has her hand raised. Susan, if you want to go ahead and speak to that, maybe.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
I don't know what
Thank you.
happened to my visual, but anyway, I'm here. We don't have any plans to do anything with the sports court. We're going to leave the tennis court as it is, put a couple of basketball hoops in there for my grandson, and just go, leave it like that.
Oh,
Okay. Thank you.
great.
Steve, any other questions or comments?
No, Tom addressed at least part of the one for the infiltration. I guess the other question about the infiltration was the one at the bottom of the map there, where I mean, that doesn't seem like it's very far into the buffer zone, into the coastal bank buffer. And whether that would also be something which could be readjusted so it's totally out of the buffer zone.
It's just we're fighting with space here because obviously we like to keep it 10 feet off the foundation and 10 feet off the property line. So,
Right.
Moving it this way, I mean, maybe make it a little bit narrow and skinnier or something, but we can certainly look at that. Reconfigure it if
Or shorter and fatter.
yes.
That's about it. Other than that,
Okay.
it's
Thank
mostly
you.
out of our.
Yep. Kathy, any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any. Thanks.
Thank you. Brendan, there's no trees marked for removal on the plan you've shared. Is that accurate to what's there won't be any trees removed for this?
I mean, there's some tree lines here. I believe these trees that are shown within the tree lines are, I mean, they're minor, I think. Right, Charlotte? I think you've been out there. I don't think there's anything over 10 inches out there. Obviously they'll all be removed in this area. It's mostly scrub pine and some scrub brush or something in between the lawn areas. So there's certainly no trees over 12 inches that we're planning to remove.
In that particular spot, yes, but in the front of the house, there was a larger tree specimen between where, I'm sorry, a little bit up. It's in that puffy cloud. Yeah, that one. So
Oh,
there's
this one here?
one.
Okay.
But yeah, in the back of the home, no. And then within the limit of work, there are a couple smaller trees that we could put tree protection barriers around if we, just to make sure that they're covered during construction.
Yeah, I think here's a 22-inch shown up here. There's a 2-inch over
Yeah,
here.
that one's just outside the limit of work, but there's
Yeah.
a 10-inch. There's a couple smaller one right at the line of the 100-foot buffer, right above where the rear. Yeah, one in there.
Okay. Yep, that's a 6-inch, looks like.
And sometimes we can adjust the erosion control barriers and the limit of work. Sometimes we go through that with the contractor, especially if, we can be, flexible with, workspace. So sometimes we might put the barrier in front of that 10-inch tree, depending on, digging, but you're doing grading there. So I don't know if that tree is going to be impacted in the 100-foot, since you have proposed grading over there.
Which one? This one here?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's such a minor grading, we could almost do like a tree wall or something around it to protect it.
Okay. Okay.
And for the alteration to the sport court and landscaping, did you have a plan for that, or what's some of that's in the buffer to the coastal bank. What's the planting plan for that?
We didn't do a formal planting plan. So it's really just, it's not going to be impervious. So it's probably just some general landscaping around the house. We didn't prepare a landscape plan for it.
Is that all deck that's there that's overlaying the end of the sports court?
No, this would be a wall, retaining wall with steps coming up to the house. I believe this is a deck here, and then this is landscaping, open landscaping down in here.
Gotcha.
Grasses or what have you?
Yeah, grass is landscape. I say landscape is, shrubs or something to that nature.
So I guess we just ask you to work with Charlotte with, to select plants when they're in the buffer to, to line up with our native planting mix as.
Sure, yeah, non-invasive and all that. Yeah, we can work with Charlotte to make sure the planting planted, is in accordance with your planting schedule.
Okay, thank you. I don't have much else. Charlotte, do you have anything else or anything we've missed that you want to point out?
I just had some conditions. One was just related to the limit of work. You can see that it's entirely encompassed. So I think that might have just been a slip on my part, just to kind of clarify that the existing driveway on the site plan is labeled to be used as a stabilized construction entrance. So you might just have to create a small opening in that erosion control barrier, just to allow the vehicles to come in. But the goal was to, limit the access around the site to protect the rest of the landscaping and vegetation. So I would take it out right at that, a small portion out right near where they're using the existing driveway as a construction entrance, just so that they're not running over a barrier.
Sure.
And then tree protection barriers within the limit of work, just being mindful to those two small trees in the 100. But those were really the only notes that I had for potential conditions.
Okay. Regarding the potential alterations to the infiltration systems outside of the buffer, do we want to continue this so we can explore that? Is that what we're thinking here? Brendan, what are you thinking in terms of Tom's and Steve's comments?
Yeah,
on those?
it's up to you guys. I can make an effort to pull them out as much as possible. If you want to condition that, I can work with Charlotte on that. I don't think it won't be that, oh, we can't do anything, they're going to stay where they are. We'll be able to move them in some shape, form, or matter and try and get them out of the 100-foot buffer as best we can, if that's suitable for the board.
Yeah, even elongating the one that's the other one.
Oh, this one here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, rotating it, and anything to
Yeah.
yeah, bring it as far back away from the coastal bank.
Yeah.
You should be able to do something out there, and I'd be comfortable with just figuring out as much as you can do, and leave it up to Charlotte to judge whether it's sufficient.
Okay, that works for us.
Steve, are you okay with that as well?
Yeah.
All right. So I guess we can condition it that you work with Charlotte to minimize, disturbance to the buffer to the coastal bank and try to see alternatives for locating those two systems as far out of as much out of the buffer zones as possible. Good. I think that's it. Does anyone care to make a motion? Unless there's any other questions, and nothing from the audience, I don't see.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, I can pull up my conditions if you like. I was just typing those out for you.
Oh yeah, sure. Why don't you pull them up? Tom, I heard you. I'm going to hold you to it.
So yeah, these are, I apologize, the first two are going to go into our template, so I have to keep reading them. This order shall be contingent upon the applicant obtaining all their required state and local permits from other boards and permitting authorities. No site construction work shall occur until all of their permits and approvals have been obtained. All changes to the site plans from any other state, local review boards and permitting authorities shall be submitted to the Conservation Commission in writing as part of an amended or new notice of intent. No revised site work or changes are allowed to begin until the Conservation Commission reviews all subsequent changes to the plans. The applicant and their engineer shall work with the agent to minimize the disturbance within the 100-foot buffer and remove the proposed infiltration system out of the buffer zone as much as possible. At the direction of the agent and prior to construction, tree protection barriers shall be installed within the limit of work, and the erosion control barrier around the limit of work shall be adjusted as necessary to allow for controlled site access. And then any plantings installed within the buffer zone shall be native and come from the commission's approved planting lists.
Good. Thank you.
So with that, I move to issue an order of conditions for NOI 25-30 and stormwater permit 25-17 for 259 Atlantic Avenue with the conditions that have been shown on screen and entered into the meeting notes and with our standard conditions.
I second that. And with a motion and a second, I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
and Chris McIntyre. Aye. That vote passes 4-0-0. So NOI 25-30 and stormwater 25 are now closed. Excuse me, 25-17
17.
are now closed. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, Tom, was your motion for both permits?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do we also need a, no, it's 100-foot buffer, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
No work in the 50. Yeah.
We're good.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brennan.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Susan.
And we have Will Ashton joining us. So
Oh, Susan, sorry, did you have a question? Sorry, you had your
No.
hand raised.
I just want to say thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome. Thank you.
Welcome.
good evening.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Sorry, Will.
So Will Ashton is now present. So we now have a quorum of 5 commissioners. Next up tonight, we have NOI 25-31 and stormwater permit 25-18 for 159 Atlantic Ave. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, and the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a remote public hearing via Zoom. Webinar ID 885-3921-7741, passcode 803414 on Thursday, January 8th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. for notice of intent 25-31 and stormwater permit 25-18 to raise an existing home and build a home with associated stormwater structures, pool, patio, driveway, and hardscape located partially in the 150-foot buffer zones to a brook and lands subject to coastal zone flowage at 159 Atlantic Ave for Aaron and Michael Ryan. The public is invited to offer input by attending the meeting or emailing cpechtel@cohassetmass.gov.
Hi, Brendan. And
Evening.
hi,
Yeah.
everyone. I think I have everybody. And if I don't, please let me know who else I can promote. But if you do have everyone, can you all introduce yourselves for the record, please?
I'm Mike Ryan, the homeowner.
Hi, Mike.
Hey.
Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Adam Brodsky, an environmental and land use lawyer representing the applicant. And I think Brendan is leading the show tonight. I'll let him do the other introductions or let the parties introduce themselves.
I can wait till you need me. I'm Sean Papich, landscape architect. I'm part of the team here for Mike and his wife Erin in 159 Atlantic. Say it away,
Nino
Brendan.
DeNuno, I'm the builder on the project.
Oh, there's Nino.
Great, thank you. So with that, let me pull up the plan. Um, so those of you familiar with the property, this is 159 Atlantic Ave. Want to call it the old Higginson House. We had previously last year or the year before permitted a gravel driveway to access this lot in the back that was created off of Lothrop Lane. So the main house was sold. New owners proposing a tear down rebuild of the existing home. We have a few resource areas. As you're aware of the brook that runs through this brook that kind of drains the area from Hobart Lane. Kind of call it a mini Treats Pond pipe that goes out to the beach, the ocean, that gets clogged every now and then. We have resource area around that. We have a stream that is basically the beginning of the brook that runs into Treats Pond down down by Whitehead Road. It daylights here under the driveway. It comes from a wetland across the street from Atlantic Ave. We're not really quite sure how it gets there. It's piped. I don't know if there's a buried manhole or something down in this area, but it daylights here and starts going, under Lothrop Lane and across the way and down through the number of other properties down to Treats Pond. So we have a associated 50 and 100-foot buffer around that. We also have floodplain. We have an AO 3 feet depth up here. We have an AO 2 feet depth. It comes about midway through the tennis court, about up the lawn a little bit. And then we have an AE elevation 11, which runs, it runs up against the, once again, it's as graphically shown on the flood map. The AO elevation, AO depth of 2 feet runs here and elevation 11 on this side. So it's along the orange line, and then it hugs up against elevation 11 as it comes along a retaining wall and landscape and back out towards the corner of Atlantic and Lothrop Lane. None of this, some of this is in the is in a LIMWA, a limit of moderate wave action. The elevation 11 is not. So those are the resource areas: existing house, turnaround, paved driveway, garage. What we're proposing is a new dwelling, attached garage, proposed pool and terrace in the back. If you can see underneath a little bit, this is the existing house here. So we're pulling the house back and twisting it a little to get some views towards, I guess, the inlet to Cohasset Harbor, to take benefit of, make use of those views. As I said, proposed dwelling, pool, terrace. The overall site, I say only, you think about it, it's less impervious, new impervious than the last project at 159. I mean, 259, believe it or not. So this overall impervious increase is about almost 2,400 square feet. We have one infiltration system up in the let's see, the north portion of the lawn area of the proposed house. The shaded area of the house, the highlighted area of probably about 3/4 of the house, is the roof layers are going to be attached and go into this infiltration system. We did do some test pits up in here. Found some favorable material. Did find some ledge. There was some fill in some of the material, but it was a loamy sand, so it was good for infiltration. There's a lot of water flowing into the hole, especially up in this one here. So we feel confident that this infiltration system should take care of the attenuation and infiltration for the additional runoff. The new driveway will come off of the existing. We have an auto court in front of the proposed garage, a parking area over here for guests. The driveway to the south is going to be removed. The pavement's going to be removed, be a gravel driveway, to access they're going to maintain the garage in this location. So all this area down here will be changed to a gravel. And down in this area within the 50-foot buffer, we're reducing the impervious by almost 1,500 square feet. So we came up with 1,490 that we're reducing the impervious area within this 50-foot buffer in this area here. It's due largely mostly to removal of the pavement of the existing driveway that's there. So utilities will come in off of Atlantic Ave down the proposed driveway to the front of the building. The terrace up here. So we're also with more or less maintaining the elevation of the existing house, about 22.5. We have a terrace down here, a couple steps down at about elevation 22. And then we have a lower level terrace where we have the proposed pool, 18 by 40 pool and terrace area and lawn area, retained by a retaining wall on the westerly side and slope grade over on this side. So I think that's really about it. We did get some comments today from, I believe it was 36 Lothrop Lane. Their concerns were for the flooding that occurs in this brook lower level down here. As you know, we went through this a number of times when we permitted the gravel driveway down here. But the infiltration system in the proposed dwelling, even though we're increasing impervious, we are decreasing the flows rates, peaks rates of runoff in the volume that will be flowing down, because that is really the design control point, because all this does is just flow down into this brook area. So with that, we are reducing those flows, peak flows in volumes going into that brook. When they're certainly not going to solve the problem of the flooding that goes on there, but we're not going to make it any worse. So that's really what we believe is the intent of the stormwater bylaw. So with that, I can open up for questions. Landscape questions Sean could probably touch on. I do have, Sean, I forgot to put up your plan here. Sorry about that.
Okay, it's no problem.
So is Sean's plan showing the proposed house, hardscape, lawn, landscape, some proposed trees, shrubs. I believe we did submit a landscape plan showing species and numbers and types of plantings for that.
That's
So,
correct.
with that, I'll open up for questions or comments.
Thank you. Can you go back to the existing conditions? We have a question. This was brought to my attention from Charlotte. And there's also a question in the Q&A section, but there was already 2 large tree specimens removed from this property. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so. There was one in this area and one, I believe, over just south of the brick patio. In those 2 areas there, I believe.
Yeah, Brendan, it might be a little closer to the home. I think it's either just outside or just on the 100-foot buffer line.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I actually forget where it was.
But some of the smaller trees in front of this little curved section on the driveway, yeah, so in that little pool area, some of those were removed. It was 3 or 4 of them.
Okay.
And I don't remember what they were, if they were larger overgrown shrubs. They're definitely they look like trees based on the stumps, but I don't know if anyone can confirm what they used to look like. But the largest trees removed around the home, it appeared to be that they were just outside the buffer zone in the floodplain.
Yeah, like I said, I believe one of them was over here. The other
Yep.
one was I forget which side of the brick patio it was on, but that was part
Yeah,
of the,
it's in a weird section, so it could be right on the 100-foot buffer or just outside it.
yeah. And I believe those were taken down because we were in the process of getting a demo permit, and you know I mean, as much as the Higginsons landscape the property, there was some maintenance that needed to be done there, and obviously the larger trees are up against the house. I know they like to keep them, but and maybe Sean can speak to this if he's been out there, that they were between the proximity of the house and the trees, and I believe some of them were maybe damaged and stuff. So that's why they were taken down.
Sean?
That's it. That's accurate, Brendan.
Okay. Um, and then regarding the isolated, what you're classifying as an isolated vegetated wetland, when you're describing the conditions here, did you not say that it's connected via pipe and daylight's over here, which then leads to Treats Pond?
Yes. Well,
So it
this
wouldn't-
this is an isolated wetland across the street. As it was permitted through a couple years ago, we permitted a project at 138, maybe was it that, Charlotte? I forget. But there was in
136. It was a few years ago.
136. Yeah. There was an isolated wetland over here.
I guess my question is, if you're looking at this brook, which is connected to what you're calling isolated, and how is it isolated if it's connected via
You
brook
know
and
what?
then connects to Treats
I,
Pond?
I asked I asked that same question myself when I saw it because an isolated wetland is just that. It's supposed to be isolated and not. I believe it might have to do with the elevation of the outlet. Because I don't believe it doesn't flow all the time. So I think what happens is that this wetland over here gets to a point and then it discharges through the pipe. So it is isolated up to a point. Maybe I don't know, but I know that there was a project permitted over here at 136. That was classified as an isolated wetland.
That's my recollection, that it had a lot to do with the elevation of the culvert there.
Okay, that was my only because I looked at it too. I was like, well, how can an outlet have, I mean, an isolated land have an outlet? But I believe it had to do with the elevation of the pipe coming out of it.
Okay. Not familiar with that, but so I guess just back to the tree removal. I mean, we're going to be looking for, you know, um, our standard tree survey and which trees are going to be removed and where. So you jump in the gun when you start removing trees before you've even had a chance to kind of review it and discuss it. So,
Aren't they outside the buffer?
Yes.
not
Chair
all of them.
McIntyre, I was going to make that point. My understanding is those trees are outside of the Concom's jurisdiction, which is presumably why they were taken down.
I thought there was I hadn't seen the photos or his tree survey. I know that there was initially he was showing inside the 100, but there was other alterations too within the buffer zones. I'm not clear, but that's just kind of where we stand. I think my general questions just like begin with how you're raising the existing structure which is outside of the buffers and your new proposed structures heavily inside, including the buffer zones, including the 50. So what's the kind of reasoning for that, and what's the why are you choosing to put the new home where it is? Like why can't we avoid any building in the 50 and minimizing the 100? What's the kind of
I mean,
rationale?
so I believe one of the points is we're trying to maintain where the existing house was. I know we are pushing it to the south, so we're getting it closer to this resource area over here. But there is ledge outcrops and vast amount of trees on this northern side of the property that we'd like to maintain for privacy. The neighbor's garage and house is in close proximity to our lot line up there. So we're trying to maintain some separation between that and keep privacy as well. There is a lot of ledge outcrops out there. We dug these 3 holes. This was the best place for the infiltration system. So I think that had a lot to do with the house location and pushing it down in this direction. I mean, the brook, I know all wetlands are important to the commission, but this being it is just a stream that runs intermittently. It's really a drainage ditch in this area. There's really no BVW associated with it. It's a dry channel in the summertime. There's not I hate to say it, not to speak like a wetland scientist, but it's, you know, there's not a lot of habitat there, I don't think, because like I said, there's not a lot of BVW associated with it. It's really just a small brook. So that was kind of our feeling on where, you know, where the house was placed.
And Brendan, sorry to add that we are waiting for a wetlands memo from the wetland scientist, correct? For the brook.
Yes. Yep. Yep. We're waiting for that as well.
The other thing, one thing, Chris, on that, that's a good question. That area that's getting just into the 50, which is kind of like the shed portion of the garage, that very end, is sitting on what is existing paved driveway right now. So that is currently paved driveway, and in removing all the paving in that area, you are adding some structure back. We were managing the water coming off of it, and then removing all of the paving that you see on the plan, kind of between the proposed house and the kind of drainage swale, which is, a wetland, the kind of an intermittent stream. So all that paving is coming up. So sliding it further away from the property line on the north was pretty important to us, and getting it away from that ledge as much as we could, and realizing we were working on top of what was already an existing paved surface. We felt like that was a good trade-off, just given the site constraints and given the condition, not thinking purely just about what's on paper.
So it seems that you're ignoring the fact that there's this very large paved auto court that has been inserted in here, and it obviously does. It looks like it crosses. I can't tell quite from this whether there is how much of the old driveway it's crossing. But have you calculated what the increase in new use of these proposed structures are within the 100-foot buffer?
So I know the pavement on site, we have an overall reduction of 1,000 square feet of pavement.
And that's not quite what I'm asking.
Well,
I'm asking you, have you added up the total area that you're going to occupy in the 100 and the 50-foot buffer and subtracted the existing developed part of it, which would be the driveway and the driveway? I mean, it looks like it doesn't look like a lot of the 100 has been used here in the past. Looks fairly wild. And so now you've got a very large paved auto court there. And I'm just asking what the numbers are.
Sure. So like I said, so overall, I know the pavement we're reducing by 1,000 square feet. As far as the pavement goes, in the 50-foot buffer, we're reducing the pavement by 1,700 square feet. There's an increase between the 50 and the 100-foot buffer of pavement of 206 square feet. And then the overall, we increasing the overall impervious between the 50 and the 100, and that is almost 1,800 square feet. As you can see, most of it is structure. And like I said, the increase in pavement is only 200 square feet in between the 50 and 100-foot buffer. And as you can see, this is the area here. You can see that teardrop in the middle. This gray line is the existing pavement as it comes around. So it comes up and it comes into, and all this is existing pavement over here that's being removed that services the existing 3-bay garage over here, detached garage. So this gray line here is the existing edge of pavement, other than the teardrop in the middle.
So the proposed paved auto court, and it looks like a retaining wall, are going to take up a great deal more of the 100-foot buffer than had been used prior to this.
Yes.
And you're trading crushed stone for trees and grass.
Well, the biggest thing I think, and didn't mean to jump in there, Brendan, but that right around in the area where we've got the drainage swale, the brook. That's all asphalt, correct, Brennan? That's all asphalt wrapping around,
Yes.
going to the existing garage.
Yep. This is all pavement in here.
And so that
Um,
goes to crushed stone.
Right. See this is all the big conch driveway here. Like I said, it services the concrete apron in front of the garage. This is all pavement here as it comes up and teardrops around in front of the existing house. So this is all big conch here. And then this will, obviously this will all be removed in here. Garage here, and pavement up here.
I don't know. It just looks like there's a great deal of increase here in the proposed paved auto court, the retaining wall and the surroundings there. And it's a great deal of disturbance actually within the 100-foot buffer by the looks of things. The house has been extended out there. Yeah, there's some pavement that's being removed, and it's great that you're removing the pavement that serves the existing 3-car garage. I'm not sure I'm getting a clear answer here about what I'm asking. If you were to measure all of these things and subtract them, I mean, how much are we increasing here?
I think you said, Brendan, didn't you already say you had a reduction of overall paved surface in these 0 to 100, correct? So you've got a reduction overall by.
Well, it's not just paved surface, it's the house itself too. I mean, you got to count everything here. The wall,
Disturbance.
I mean,
Disturbance.
it's a fairly substantial disturbance to an area that basically undisturbed right now.
It wouldn't be undisturbed because it's already driveway.
Some of it is.
And/or house.
Yeah, I agree. Some of it is, and I'm just trying to get what is the number here?
But also and/or lawn. Lawn is still a disturbed surface.
So Tom, you talk about numbers. I just told you all the numbers. I mean,
200 feet. You're saying that it increased by 200 square feet?
The pavement within the 50 to 100 foot buffer, the new pavement has increased between 200 feet.
And so include the house in that too?
I know the overall increase in impervious between the 50 and the 100 has increased by almost 1,800 square feet. So yeah, there is a definite increase there.
Okay, so that's why I'm sorry, but you can see just by looking at the diagram that something here has that the amount of disturbance has increased substantially here, and it seems like you guys are trying to minimize the impact, which that's your job, right?
No, well, it's already disturbed. It's if it's asphalt already in.
Yeah, I agree that the asphalt is a disturbed area. I'm not
right.
Well, how is that?
Yeah, I don't understand how that's. If it's disturbed, it's not in. If it's already disturbed, then it's already disturbed. There's no, it's Sean, I'm just looking at the aerial image here.
Understood. I see the edge of that driveway. It's a little bit of scruffy grass, but looks like it's mainly trees and shrubs and ledge.
Yep. Yeah.
And all of that is going to go away. So,
Mr. Bell,
that's what I'm seeing.
I was good. This is Adam Brodsky. We'll provide you with a chart with all of those numbers so you can confirm it. I don't think there's any dispute that we're proposing work within the 50 to 100. The question is whether that work is going to result in an adverse impact to the resource area, which is a drainage ditch containing an intermittent stream on a site that's been essentially fully developed for hundreds of years. And I guess our position is that the additional work proposed within the buffer zone is going to have no adverse impact to the stream or to the bank of the stream or impair its functioning in any capacity. And so I think the appropriate way to look at this is as a redevelopment project, not necessarily as, I guess, new construction within the buffer zone to some virgin vegetated wetland.
Well, Adam, there's no virgin territory in the whole state of Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So
I would disagree.
Yeah,
there may not be any original forest left in Massachusetts, but there certainly are large areas of vegetated wetlands that have real meaningful wildlife values.
Yeah.
This little intermittent drainage ditch has no wetland value.
Mr. Chair, I'll just remind the commission that per my review comments, we are still waiting on a wetlands memo from the wetland scientist. If the commission would like any clarification on the brook or the floodplain or the wetlands across the street, that would be your discretion to specify, but we are still waiting on a delineation memo from the wetland scientist. And there still is work within a land subject to storm flowage, which is a resource area.
That is correct.
I think it'd be helpful to remove a lot of these confusing lines here to just about anybody who wants to look at them, and simply show the outlines of what's disturbed and what isn't and how it's disturbed, and then show the house.
Yeah, and with that, I would, what we'd be looking
We're always
for
getting
is,
these really complicated drawings that have a lot of extraneous stuff, and it's a lot of sometimes you wonder if it's just meant to bamboozle us, because most of what's written on this diagram has nothing to do with what we're going to talk about.
Mr. Bell,
Tom,
that's not fair. We get asked to put more detail on plans. rather than
Tom, I'm sorry. I beg to differ. Everything on this plan is what you want to talk about. Everything that's on this plan, everything that's on Sean's plan. You always want to see hardscape.
Sean's
You
is
always
pretty
want to
clear.
see trees. As Adam says, you're always looking for additional information. And in Charlotte's comments from 2026, moving forward, you want to see even more information on the plan. So I beg to differ that there's nothing shown on this plan that you don't ask for.
Zoning, a table of zoning requirements, the environmental notes that we can't read unless we look at the plan. That's fine, but when you're showing something in a public meeting, usually you're trying to simplify it so people understand it, right? That's kind of fundamental when you're showing any graphic to the public.
So yeah, so there's two purposes there, and I never want to show a plan that I didn't submit to the board. So this plan was also, we submitted this plan to ZBA on Monday as part of the package. So, and always in a project like this, I don't want to use a plan for conservation. I don't want to use a plan for stormwater. I don't want to use another plan for ZBA, because then that just gets convoluted and confusing. So yeah, there might be a couple a couple setback lines I could remove from this, but if it's going to make ZBA happy, and it's just a couple smaller lines, like these dimension lines down here, you don't care what these are, but zoning does. But it's just those 2-dimension lines, and removing that from the plan, I think, as opposed to adding yet another set of plans that the builder has to deal with. And as you know, the more plans you have in a project, the more chances there are for mistakes. So I like to have everything on one set of plans, if that makes sense.
It does. But it also makes sense to deconstruct it to a certain extent when you're showing it to us. It makes it a lot clearer what's actually happening.
Yeah, well, we can certainly do that. We can supplement it with something else that shows the disturbance and what's existing and what's proposed. Maybe get rid of some contours and clean it up a little bit to help clear it up.
Yeah.
yeah. And with that, an explanation as to why that's the most, why that's the best alternative in terms of, the site. Well, you have plenty of room on this site, and why that's the only, why impacts to the buffer zones are should be justified in this condition, in this instance, at this location, this property, or this,
Okay, like
what alternatives are there in terms of layouts, in terms of, this is you keep talking about impervious surface going to pervious. That's that's something we consider certainly is for stormwater, but the amount of disturbance and added structure and disturbance to these buffer zones is substantial. And I disagree that this brook has no wetland value. I don't think you can make that statement. It feeds Treat Pond, at least Treat Pond, so it's part of a system.
Right. I mean, I'm hoping to say it had no wetland value. It has certainly has some wetland value, but I'm just talking about habitat, which I shouldn't be talking about. I'm stepping outside of my lane. But as Charlotte said, we'll certainly get a wetland memo from John Zimmer regarding this, and maybe even do maybe not a full habitat assessment of it, but I'll have him take a look at the brook and see what he can find there.
I don't think we're in a position in any of these hearings that we see to pass judgment on the value of any of the wetlands that we're charged with protecting. And I think that's not an argument that carries much weight with me. A wetland's a wetland.
No, I understand. I understand.
And if we were to compare this, say, to Adam's backyard on the Gulf River, yeah, his is probably much more valuable in some senses, certainly to him and to his neighbors who like looking at it. But who are we to say that one wetland is better than another? If we get into that, we're talking about aesthetics. And boy, anytime we start talking about aesthetics, we start to get in trouble. And so you guys are the ones that brought up an aesthetic argument.
Aesthetics is a protected value, though.
It is a protected value. That's right. So who's to judge?
So, Mr. Bell, all I would say is that each type of wetland has its own particular characteristics and values. And I respectfully disagree that a wetland is a wetland. And the purpose of this exercise is to evaluate the interests associated with these particular wetland resource areas, because they do function differently. And just to focus this, again, there's no question we're proposing work within the buffer zone. The question is whether that work is going to adversely affect the values for that intermittent stream. And that's our burden. And we're happy to talk about floodplain, which is obviously the other wetland resource area on the site. But that is our burden, and we recognize that, and we will provide you with additional information to specifically address that.
And that's all.
I don't think we're making any argument with respect to Mr. Ashton's point. We're not making any argument with respect to the aesthetic value of the wetlands. I think it was just to explain, just how this was designed and why the house was designed in this fashion.
I think if I heard you right, what you're saying is that the same disturbance to two different wetlands can have different effects on that wetland. So you were saying that this connection to the, whatever it is, the brook, could have a different effect than a coastal bank or a IVW or whatever, and that we should consider that those wetlands are different and the effects can be different, right?
Yes, they function differently. They have different values. Again, I have no idea. Is this road runoff running into a drainage ditch that ultimately gets to a larger water body? They're all different, and that's correct, Mr. Ashton.
I'm reminded of a spot in Weymouth that goes through an industrial district where recently they've identified that there are brook trout in it. It's right beside a busy road. And most people would look at that so-called drainage ditch and think, well, this has no ecological value. I'm not saying there's brook trout in this, but the point is we're not supposed to be discriminating between one wetland and another here. The law talks about wetlands. It's defined as a wetland. Mr. Brodsky, I'm sure that you would agree that the law says nothing about us grading these as more valuable than another one.
I don't think he's talking about value. He's talking about effect.
Yeah, I'm talking about function. Each wetland is a different type of wetland, which has different functions and different values.
We'll all agree on that, won't we?
So you have to evaluate the project for those specific wetlands. So what is the impact of the work within the buffer zone on this intermittent stream?
So what's the basis for this based on our bylaws and regulations for this aesthetic judgment that you're asking us to make?
We're not asking to make any aesthetic judgment whatsoever, Mr.
You're
Bell.
saying you're implying that this is a less important wetland than maybe the one across the street or the one in your backyard or whatever.
I think they've said multiple times that's not about the value of the wetland, it's the impact on the wetland. So
Well,
I don't think
I
that we
think
should go down that road.
what we need to see is why this is the best alternative for this property and why the value of it is. We're not here to judge the value of the brook, but we're here to make sure that whatever value it does have isn't decreased by this project. And so if you're adding these structures, you need to show why this is the best alternative for this project and how this is not, whatever little value it may have, how it's not being decreased or further degraded by this work. And that's what we're interested in seeing. And from history, a project like this, marching into the 50 is not something that I've seen, and not something that I see as just whatever kind of wetland it is. It's not something that I'm comfortable with, and I see many alternatives to avoid that.
It's already disturbed in the 50 though.
That's not what
Those all
I
the
don't.
time.
Yeah, but they're adding more to it. That's as
Not in the
Tom
50.
pointed out, and as Tom pointed out, Will, you're on our side, right, Will?
There's
The
no
wetland
sides. There's just
Yeah,
facts.
we're here for Cohasset wetlands, and I'm talking about the wetlands, and this is where we stand. We're protecting the 50-foot buffer for this wetland, and that whether it was somewhat disturbed with a driveway, they're adding more to it, and they're adding more to the 100. It was a lawn,
Chris,
it was trees, it
Chris,
was
I'm sorry
fully
to interrupt.
landscaped.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are not adding more in the 50-foot buffer.
Right.
We are decreasing impervious by 1,700 square feet in the 50-foot buffer.
You're saying impervious. There's still going to be you're still having a driveway there, right?
It's already there.
That's still a disturbance, and you're adding a building to it.
So disturbance, would you rather have us just leave the paved driveway there and not touch it? That would remove disturbance.
And if I might, I mean, if we left the existing conditions within the 50-foot,
If you have cars parked on it and you're fueling up things, whatever they're going to put in there, impervious it doesn't do anything. It's going to go right through it into the ground.
So Chair McIntyre, I guess the other way of looking at this, I think this is something Brendan suggested, is that if we left the existing conditions within the 50-foot, I don't believe that there's any stormwater management. We could continue to use those paved areas to access the existing garage, which is also within the 50. And what we're proposing is an improvement and more protective of that wetland resource area than what's presently there. So that's where our goal is. Our goal is to result in a net environmental benefit here. And that's, I think the case is clearly made with respect to the 50, but we've got some work to do with respect to the 50 to the 100, and we hear you.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I'm just going to note we do have some comments in the audience, but I did want to go through a couple on my notes, but I just want to make sure there's no other
Let's
questions
just run
from
through the rest of the
commissioners.
commissioners first.
Yeah.
Tom, do you have anything else?
No, I don't.
Steve?
I don't at the moment.
Kathy?
No comments right now. Thank you.
Will?
Yeah, I agree. You can tighten up the 50 to 100, like I said. And there's also on the planting plan, there's a magnolia, what is it, Virginiana?
Yeah,
Is that native?
it is.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know that it
That's
was.
that's the one native we
Okay.
like to use, but we love to use it around here, that's for sure.
Okay. All
Right
right.
behind me, you might be able to see through a lit window there. Yeah.
And the trees that were already cut down, I know that it's part of the plan in the future, but I think there's some concern that they were in the 100-foot buffer. So I don't know how we address that, but that is a concern. That's it. Right.
Charlotte, did you want to discuss your Your comments or questions?
Yeah, and Brendan provided responses to all of them. There's just a few items that are pending that I wanted to run through really quick. So they did provide 2 separate variance forms, just so that the commission's aware, one for the 50-foot buffer work and one for greater than 1,000 square foot alteration of land subject to coastal storm flowage. That's per our regulations. So there's 2 separate variances here being requested. This project does trigger other reviews. As someone mentioned earlier, they did submit to zoning this week. So that fulfills our application requirements. We had a comment from the building commissioner about the bottom of the pool needing to be at AE elevation 11. So they will discuss that with the building department and possibly with zoning. The retaining walls in the rear also need a building permit, and I believe something from zoning as well if it's in the floodplain. So they are going to work through zoning and building on those. As I mentioned, we need the wetlands report, so they'll provide that. I did have comments about clarifying the amount of fill in the floodplain. It's 275 cubic yards, and just looking at section 31B of our regulations to ensure that the performance standards are being met with that. And then also the tree survey was not entirely complete on the plans. They did try to go out, but they just didn't have time to prepare it for the meeting. So they do know that they need to go back and survey trees, particularly in the front in that driveway area where they're proposing the auto court. So within the buffer zone, we did discuss a 6-inch minimum. If the commission disagrees with that, let me know or let us know. But outside the 100-foot buffer, our stormwater regulations are 12 inches and above. With that being said, the 2 trees removed, I'm pretty confident one was definitely outside of all wetlands jurisdiction, but it still needs to be marked on the plans per our stormwater regs. And then the other tree in the front, if we could see where that tree was cut down, either way, it needs to be shown per our regulations. So if it is on the line or just outside the line, we would need to just clarify that as part of the tree survey. And then also, Sean, I apologize if I didn't get it, but the revised landscape plan that I got didn't show all the species. So I don't know if that was just a, miss submission or an error in the submission.
We described everything right at the driveway and just
Yeah,
to the
I just didn't see all
side.
the species names on it.
We put them in the text itself.
Oh, you put them in the text? Okay, so
Yeah,
you didn't
there's-
label the, okay. All right.
We can talk.
And-
I can chat with you about that.
Okay. And then just noting things about the retaining walls in the back, they will need structural engineering plans. So since it is in the floodplain, I would recommend if possible, if we could get those. They don't necessarily have to be fully fleshed out and finalized unless the commission disagrees, but we would need to see something like that if it's in the floodplain and how high it's going to be, what the design's going to be, how the drainage is going to go from those walls, and how that's going to affect the floodplain, especially with fill.
Yeah.
And then we have a DEP file number, so we're all set there.
Okay. Did you want to bring up the questions, please?
Yeah, I can go through. 1 second. So Blythe Robinson of 7 and 17 Lothrop Lane says, I'm very concerned about the fact that major trees have already been removed, which I believe is the violation of the bylaw. I'm also concerned about the stormwater impact to a much larger footprint of the proposed home and pool, et cetera, and the impact on Lothrop Lane, given how low lying the property is. And Blythe, it's been noted that she also has a number of questions. So, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if we want to go through that first comment or if we want to promote her to speak to make it easier.
Why don't we let them address that if they can before
Okay.
we?
Which one?
Okay, so is that to Brendan to answer first?
Sure. So we're not planning on access. We're not planning on doing any access on Lothrop Lane. We're going to use the northern entrance for most of the construction work. And as I said before, the infiltration system we've showed through the stormwater report that we have less runoff and volume and peak flow pre-construction than post-construction. So, I mean, yes, it's a bigger house. Yes, we're increasing impervious. But with the infiltration system, there's currently no infiltration on the site. We're proposing a 32 foot by 25 foot infiltration system to attenuate the runoff.
Okay.
I believe that should address his comments.
All right.
Could I comment about the test pits? That's a pretty big infiltration chamber, and you've got one test pit in the lower left corner. It seems like it might be useful to have one, at least one more in there, northeast corner maybe. I don't know.
Up in this area? Okay.
Yeah, somewhere up here. I mean, you've got a pretty good size area that you're talking about here.
Yeah, we can do that, or maybe I can.
We'd like to see have a little bit more confidence than that it's been adequately tested. Don't want to find out while you're under construction that well, we can't build it here.
Right. Yeah. Maybe it. We'll take a look at maybe this test pit here, and maybe straddle over these two or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
So I
And there's
think
going to be fill there before you put that in. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're going to put some fill there, aren't you, before you put that?
Yeah, a little bit. You have 20. There's 20, so we not too much, but some. Yeah.
What's the elevation of that the invert there, the overflow?
Don't know what that is, to tell you the truth. Is that on the other sheet? Outlet. Yeah, the outlet's probably down at probably down around 19. I'm sorry, the outlet's at 17. But yeah, the bottom of the field is at like 19. So yeah, we have some room. Maybe we can shift it over towards this test pit if we have adequate material over there. And like I said, and as you mentioned, like the last project, if we're bringing fill in, we could use that to our advantage.
Yeah. What's the elevation over at the south end here at the garage? Where, yeah, right in there, 14.
This is 14. Yep, these steps come down. The garage slab is at 20.
So if there was some concern about flooding in the lower part of the lot, it does seem like you've got a drainage ditch, if you want to call it that you could divert some of your stormwater to, and avoid putting it down on the lawn or ending up down the hill in the channel down there.
Over in this area?
Yeah.
I mean,
are you going to route the water from the court and driveway and the entire house to that infiltration chamber?
No, the infiltration chamber is picking up, like I said, about 3/4 of the house, the shaded area of the house. So it's picking up like I said, about 3/4 of the house.
Where's the rest of it going?
The rest of the front yard is going to be probably like more or less crowned towards the middle of the house, and this will flow around this way, and this will flow around this way. So some might end up in this drainage ditch.
Okay.
I'd rather not. I've done plenty of work downstream of this in some of these houses, up from 91 Atlantic Ave up through, and they don't. I'm sure they don't want to see any more water into this. So that's why I have the outlet over on this side. It gives it more run, over lawn area. Hopefully promotes more infiltration before it gets down to the brook at the bottom.
Yeah. Not
I mean, I know
not going to be sheet flow at first if that thing overflows, is it?
I mean, I can see what the flows are coming out of it.
I mean, you're going to have a point discharge there.
Yeah, but
they all do when they overflow. You have a point discharge.
Yeah, but I can see what that point discharge is during the 2 and the 25 and the 50 to see the storm event, to see if there is any outflow out of that during those storm events. Maybe there isn't any at all. Especially the 2-year event, which is the most common event. So
right.
If there's only flow out of that during the 100-year event, maybe none of us will ever see that. So hopefully.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I think it'd be a good idea to put at least one more test pit there to assure us that that's going to meet specs, and maybe even 2. That's a big infiltration. How many cells does that have? 30, did you say?
No, it's 30 feet, so it's only 1 foot deep, so it's just crushed stone. There's no
there's no Cultec system in it.
There's no chambers in there. No, it's just a series of
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just this area pipe and stones. We didn't have that. We don't have that much.
yeah,
Not that much profile there because the groundwater is so high.
yeah, yeah.
So we only went with a 1 foot field, which is just crushed stone and some pipe for storage. So, um, so it is large, but it's very shallow. It's only 1 foot deep, you know? So,
So you don't have a lot of storage there, do you?
well, I mean, enough to attenuate the
Yeah,
the additional flows.
yeah. Usual thing, you know, go from sheet wash to point discharge if it fills up. We don't really take that into account, of course, do we?
Uh, no, not necessarily, but I mean, what goes on there today is, there's nothing there today. All the roof leader is just daylight, so
Yeah,
um, we'll be infiltrating much more. And what we've designed has certainly worked in the past.
yeah. Okay. Just like I say, another test bed or two, probably not a bad idea.
I did have one other question based on Charlotte's comments. Probably a question for you, Charlotte, but if someone fills in a land subject to flooding, do they have to do compensatory flood storage? Yeah.
According to the language in our regs, yes. We don't
Yeah.
clarify if it has to be only bordering land subject to flooding or land subject to coastal storm flowage.
So Charlotte, it's Adam. The the regulation is a bit of a mess. You can't do by definition compensatory flood storage in a coastal
Right.
floodplain because the entirety of the floodplain floods during a storm event. So I know that these regulations were drafted back in 2002.
2001, close.
I'm sorry?
2001, you were close.
Close. That was my best bet. But I mean, it's just not, you just can't do it in a coastal floodplain.
Well,
land
I
subject to storm
understand your
flowage.
point,
Yeah.
and we usually buy that like right on the beach, but there are 3 houses between this house and the ocean, so I think there may be some substance to that argument.
Well, the physics don't bear that out well, I'm afraid.
I know, but
The floodplain is actually going to be the whole Atlantic Ocean. So
yeah, fine.
compensatory storage,
Fine. I'll let
compensatory
it go.
storage here is
I'll let it go.
yeah. That's something we should correct, Charlotte. It is
Add it to the list.
unscientific, really.
With that being said, Mr. Chair, Ms. Robinson would like to speak because she just probably wants to clarify. She says she doesn't have other questions, but she would like to speak. But before we get to the other comments, can we promote her to speak?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Hi, Blythe. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes,
Hi,
we
how are
can.
you?
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm representing number 7 and number 17 Lothrop Lane. These are 2 properties that have been in my family for over 80 years. I'm glad to see the commission taking this project as seriously as it is and asking the questions that you're asking. I can tell you that what you're calling the intermittent stream at the top of the lane, that flows behind number 7 and then over to this property. I can't tell you that it's dry or wet any time of the year particularly, but I can say that I am pleased to hear that you're going to have a wetland scientist verify that because I think that's important. I'm also glad to see the questions that you're asking about the amount of impervious surface and the impact because, as you well know, from talking about the other property further down Lothrop Lane, it's a very low-lying area, and so runoff and what the impact is of the much larger structures beyond what is there for the original house, I think is important to take into account. Lastly, I would just say I'm quite disappointed that the owners chose to take down the trees without filing first with conservation. They may be just outside the buffer area, but to me it sends a message about how they're approaching this whole development and maybe not as concerned about the impact that it does have on properties across the street. So I I just want to say I applaud your diligence, I applaud your questions, and thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice. Mr. Chair, does anyone have anything to add, or can I get to the next comments?
I don't believe that was a question in there, right? Those are just comments.
Correct.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the next round of comments are from Mr. Tony Catlin of 7 Lothrop Lane. Would it be I can promote Tony to speak so that he can go through his questions.
Go ahead.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Similar questions as Blythe. We're related. I'm also talking on behalf of Pat Hughes at 11 Lothrop. I mean, let's just put off the stream. Well, we can talk about the stream along Lothrop, but I will tell you, because I actively run 7, that does flow year round. And oftentimes when there is, a wet event, rain, excessive rain, et cetera, it fills, it floods the woods, and it actually, the flooding goes all the way around to the back and to the side of 7. So I'm not sure how the engineer doesn't know how this works, because he's worked this properties around here for quite a bit, but it does flood, and it does run year round. Not consistently, but it runs. On the other side of things, I mean, this is a significant change from the current house. I'd love to see an overlay of the current house on the proposed build plan. That might help, understand things better. But regardless of that, and it's going to cover a lot more property, a lot of area that was pervious is going to become impervious. And so I think our main concern on our side of the lane is that lower area where the tennis court is and everything, it floods quite a bit. And when it does flood, it turns into quite a large pond. And so with the coverage that we've got going here, how much worse is that going to get? I can't believe that you can tell us that it's going to be better. So that's the concern. I think for us more, it's the lowland area. When you did talk about runoff over to the brook and discouraging that, I would discourage a runoff over to that brook, because especially when it goes all the way down to Treats Pond. So I was just curious why the Ryans haven't thought about just building on the current footprint. And that might alleviate a lot of the issues that are that are being brought up. So that's all I've got to say right now.
Thank you. I don't know if any of the applicants care to respond to any of that, but not like Charlotte.
I mean, the decision to change the shape of the house was around the original point of how it's gonna look towards the water and have one driveway coming in, getting off of that area. And the question on the overlay, I mean, we've looked at that many times, and we have, those plans that can show that it's twisting it to a degree, but it isn't a massive change to the shape of where it was.
Okay, thank you. I mean,
And I would just comment too that like the trees coming down was not any indication that we don't have a concern or lack of care for the environment or the area at all. Just an assumption by that person, but that's not at all who we are, how we're approaching this.
Okay. Charlotte, do you want to take the next?
Yeah, I guess just a quick question for Mike. So Mike, at the time the trees were taken down, it was unclear. We didn't have the official plans. We had a draft plan. But if it's found that that larger tree in the front and those smaller ones, they could be in the buffer, we would ideally want to see replacement, and we can discuss that at a future hearing. But surveying them is definitely important. So we have asked for that information. And we can talk about that offline if you have questions on that.
We're happy to plant, anything that you guys would like for us to plant. And
Okay.
I mean, the whole thing, the brook that everyone refers to, like we've been to the house lots of times, and none of us had ever noticed anything of the brook over there. So there wasn't ever a thought that there was any wetlands that was ever going to be an issue at all. So the whole gist of this was that there's no wetlands. We're not going to cause any issues and disrespect or do anything of a negative nature to wetlands at all. And then out of the blue, somehow, when you walk around there, been there, but I walk by, you don't see a brook or anything. And if we had noticed that there was a brook or some wetlands, we wouldn't have done anything until it was confirmed with everyone on this committee. And as we're kind of moving through the process and got the demolition permit, and there was trees that were up against the house or in that area that was advised we're going to, need to be moved, it was okay, let's do it, moving along in the process. And then out of nowhere, someone says there's a brook there. I said, we've never seen a brook. And then there was no brook on any maps prior. And then there's a brook appears, and then it becomes a wetlands issue. And I understand the importance of wetlands, and that's why I'm here right now. But just want to make the point that the brook wasn't something that was ever on any plans or any maps that we had ever seen until we're well into the process. And then we're told the brook shows up on somewhere on some plan, and now we're here. So that was just to make the point that if we had known that it was a brook and it was a wetland and that it needed to be treated as such with the work that we were going to do, we would have never done anything until it was addressed by everyone here.
Yeah, I'd just like to second that. Mike had nothing to do with the trees coming down. We were preparing to tear down the house with the permit to tear down the house that we had obtained, looked at the buffers that were on the site plan, as we always do, recognized they weren't in the jurisdiction or anywhere close until this brook was brought to our attention at a later date.
Thank you. Charlotte.
Yep.
Shall we continue with comments, questions from the audience?
Yes. So, Tony, just to clarify, are you satisfied with your first two comments? And someone had an additional comment, but just want to make sure you're all set with the questions that you've already typed.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, is Will Catlin also affiliated with 7 Lothrop Lane? Oh, yep. Sorry. Will Catlin, 7, 11, and 17 Lothrop Lane. Could the southern drive be removed?
It is being removed. The pavement's being removed.
Well, it's being replaced. It's going to be a driveway still, right? I think that's what his question is.
Yeah, and there'll be a secondary access. It's really just access to the shed. It's not like it'll be used every day. It might be used, like I said, just to get access to the 3-car garage on the southerly side.
And I would just add that we don't plan on parking cars in the existing 3-car garage that you're talking about the driveway. So we're not parking cars in the existing 3-car garage. We'll store some Optis in there in the winter. So the number of times that someone drives on that might be a few times a year.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's it for questions, Mr. Chair. For now.
Great. So I think with that said, we just continue this and look for some of those items that we, why is this the best alternative in terms of this property and the environment? I'd also like to, I'm still kind of a little bit confused about that situation with this brook altogether? Where is this water coming from? If it's somehow related to the wetland across the street, and if it's people are saying, it runs as consistently as it does, I'm not really buying the isolated wetland classification. And so if we could get some backup information on that, I would be interested in finding, and hearing that and having that a part of this, because it doesn't really add up to me what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing.
Here, McIntyre, it's Adam Brodsky. We will provide that information to you. Just to be clear, that water body doesn't appear as a perennial stream on the USGS, which is one of the primary indicators of whether or not it's perennial or not. And I believe again, the testimony was ultimately not consistently run, which is by definition an intermittent stream. But we'll provide you with all of that information. And again, we're having our wetland scientists look at that. So there may be other conclusions here. So.
Okay. Anything else we're looking for this? I'm asking the rest of the commission here when they come back. Charlotte, do you have a checklist you can?
Yeah, I can summarize it now, and I can send it to Brendan and his team afterwards. But it sounds like we are looking.
Summarizing it, and then we can, if there's anything anyone feels we missed.
Okay. Yeah, so it sounds like we are looking for 1 or 2 additional test pits in the infiltration area. We are looking for the wetlands summary report and more clarification on the brook, its status of intermittent stream and connectivity in the area. So maybe providing any sort of watershed, assessment. And then we're also looking for the tree survey information in the buffer zone specifically, but also just on the entire site, noting the trees that were already removed within wetlands and stormwater jurisdiction. I believe we did have questions about the floodplain. I do not know if they have fully been addressed. I don't know if the commission would wish to see any design alternatives for fill or amounts. We've already commented on some adjustments in the 50-foot buffer, maybe moving the garage and any of the parking areas outside of the 50, trying to reduce impervious in the 100. And I believe that might be everything, but please jump in if I've missed anything critical. Oh, and then I think, did anyone have any comments on the landscape plan? Anything else they'd like to see?
Well, I think my biggest one, which wasn't really specifically listed there, is like, why is this configuration of this house the best alternative? It was like, other than the view. I mean, not for, why does it have to be encroaching so much into the buffer zones?
Okay, so design alternatives for the house structure, location,
yes,
impervious surface, etc.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did anyone have any additional comments or things to add for the planting plan as well as the site plan? No? Okay.
Sorry, I do have one more thing to say. One of the people in the audience was sort of making the same complaint I do. It's not clear what the footprint of the old house is. It's never clearly superimposed on the footprint of the new house. It's a very faint gray outline that it's almost impossible to see. And I think that the footprint of each should be given equal weight in at least one diagram here, so we get some notion of how this configuration has changed.
Okay.
And also, there was going to be a table that enumerated the areas within the 50 and 100-foot buffer.
Yep.
And areas
square footage alteration.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the areas that are not impervious.
Okay. So impervious. Sorry, are you talking about proposed impervious and proposed versus existing impervious and pervious surfaces?
Within the 100-foot buffer.
Okay. What about the floodplain? Do you care just about the buffers or do you want the floodplain too?
Just the buffer, I think.
Okay. And for the existing conditions.
Oh, yeah, so here we have it.
Oh, you have it. Okay.
Good.
Sorry, for the existing condition comments, would the commission want to see just the existing house more drawn out clearly on the same page, or are you looking to see an existing and a proposed page?
I think
whichever is easiest for them.
Okay.
I think for, Brendan could kind of take his plan and darken the existing layout with the existing, he can do his thing and maybe just have one version of it where it's not, doesn't have all those details and is more clear on just the actual structures, and that would I think that would be what we're looking for, what folks are
Brendan,
looking
I've
for.
seen you do this before where you have an existing and proposed page, but you still draw a bold outline on the existing plan of where the proposed stuff is going.
Sure.
That could be, yeah.
I mean, it's there. It's just faint, and it's very busy.
I get the picture
with all the stuff. So, all right.
And Mr. Chair, we just have two quick comments in the audience.
Sure.
So Will Catlin, 7, 11, and 17 Lothrop Lane, will the lower garage be rebuilt?
It says existing to remain.
Okay, so no modifications, no rework of anything? No. Okay. And then Lucille Hornby, 36 Lothrop Lane. Lucille, please correct me if that's wrong, but you've already submitted a letter, so I can say your address. Can there be any assurance that no additional water will flow towards the tennis court area?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Going on record, Brennan?
Yes. No additional water.
Okay. Good. All right. Well, with no other questions, I think nothing else from the commission. We'll continue this. And how much time do you need? The next hearing is on the 22nd.
Hoping to wrap this up. Let's put us on for the 22nd. We'll see what we can do to get a quick turnaround.
Okay. Great. We'll see you on the 22nd then.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll
guys.
see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Have a good night. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have NOI 25-29 for 53 Beechwood Street to raise and rebuild an existing home, install stormwater management, and upgrade septic system within the 25-foot isolated vegetated wetland buffer and the 100-foot bordering buffer zone to the bordering vegetated wetlands.
Sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec. I'm just transitioning everybody. All right. Here's Jim. Where's Mike? Here's Mike. Oh. Hi, Mike.
Hi, guys. Mike Joyce with Joyce Consulting Group, civil engineer for the project. I'll share my screen and we'll get going.
And we have Jim O'Leary here, who's the applicant as well. Hi, Jim.
Hi, everybody. How you doing?
Good.
Hi, Jim.
I'm not too swift with this thing, so bear with me.
Do you want me to start from the beginning or should I hop into since last
Yes,
meeting?
please, Mike, but I will just give a quick update to the commission that we do have a DEP file number after much effort. Thanks to Jim. It was a little bit of an issue getting it from DEP, but we have that now.
Great. Okay, so the proposed project is the construction of a single-family home. I'll start with the existing conditions plan. So we have existing driveway off of Beechwood Street of the single-family home here, septic system in the rear, and this is the lot. Abutting it is Heritage Lane, so it's the intersection of Heritage Lane and Beechwood Street. There's a bordering vegetated wetland on this side of Heritage Lane, and then we have two isolated vegetated wetlands, one here and one in the rear here. So what the applicant is proposing to do is demolish the existing single-family home and construct a new single-family home. So we'll hop here. So this is the proposed site plan. I'll zoom out a little bit. And so again, this is Beechwood Street, Heritage Lane. We're gonna come up the existing driveway. Just so you can see for reference, the existing driveway has a hammerhead in the area, this area. And we're gonna be removing that hammerhead, which is this bump out here, and continuing the driveway straight. It's the proposed dwelling. And this portion of the driveway is proposed to be pervious with crushed stone below and leaders for a recharge area for the stormwater. So all roof downspouts will be directed to this stormwater infiltration area here. In the rear, there's a proposed septic system. We've been working with the Board of Health, and this has gotten a little bit smaller. And we downsized from a 4-bedroom to a 3-bedroom, which means it becomes essentially a repair. So we don't need a reserve area, which means our mound doesn't need to be as big, which is beneficial in this case because as a result, there's less trees to remove. So that was one of the comments from the last hearing, is to get a tree survey and determine which trees are going to come out. So we have 3 trees in total that are going to be coming out, or proposed to come out anyways. One here, and then an 8-inch tree in the rear here. We're proposing 4 new trees, 3 red maples, 1, 2, 3, and then a box elder maple in this area here. In addition to that, we're also proposing 6 wetland buffer shrubs. We have a legend at the bottom of the plan here where we call out species. We did say that those will be coordinated with the conservation agent. So if at the time of construction we feel like there's something more appropriate, we're more than happy to plant that instead. So 2 12-inch trees and 1 24-inch tree are being removed. In addition to those comments, we were also asked if we could plant some New England or some sort of a wildlife mix. So that's what this green box in the rear here is. Basically the 25 feet, I believe it is, off of the rear property line is all proposed to be planted with the New England Conservation Wildlife mix rather than grass. I think that's, as a result, we've also tightened up our silt fence line because our work has become a little less. I think that was one of the comments that wasn't as clear. We brought it off to property line so that you could see it. And we added a construction entrance at the front here, which was one of the requests as well. So I think that's the quick version of it with updates of what we've done since the last meeting in December. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Just looking at what we had requested last time, looks like you hit everything. Verification of potential claims, anything.
We also added a tree protection detail. I think that was one of the other comments. So that's on the second sheet, and that's what the boxes indicate around the existing trees.
Good. Thank you. I don't have any questions off the bat. Commissioners, Tom, start with you. Any questions or comments?
No, I don't.
Steve?
No, it's pretty good.
Kathy?
Sorry, no, I don't.
Will?
I wasn't at this meeting, but I watched the recording, so I think I'm good to vote, right, Charlotte?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay. But no, it looks like, having just watched this earlier today, you met everything everyone asked for, so supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlotte, any comments or questions? Seems like everything we discussed last time has been pretty well addressed here.
You're muted, Charlotte.
You're muted. Still muted.
Sorry. I forgot what I just said. I just had a list of conditions that relate to our discussions from the first hearing. And I still have a condition that during the first hearing we discussed that Jim might want to maybe plant some wetland species by hand in the IVW below the home. Looking southeast in that IVW. So just working with me on that and then consulting a wetland scientist if we have to.
Yep, that
So
makes
that's-
sense. Yeah.
Okay. You want to pull up your conditions then?
Sure. Don't worry, Mike, I can take over.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. So just the conditions here that the limit of work shall be inspected by the agent prior to site work, tree protection barriers around the existing trees to remain within the limit of work, and a stabilized construction entrance, as well as any additional erosion controls for stockpile materials shall be installed at the direction of agent as far from the resource areas as possible. I could take that out since it was added to the plans, but up to you guys. Native seed mix shall be selected to install the leaching field area. Once the system is installed, specifications of the mix shall be reviewed by the agent prior to installation. For trees proposed to be removed and any additional trees found during excavation that need to be removed, the applicant shall work with the agent to locate suitable locations for tree replacement on the property at a ratio of 1 to 1 in the 100, 2 to 1 in the 25 for each tree removed to the maximum extent possible. All trees shall be native and come from the commission's planting lists. No staging or stockpiling of materials, fill, or equipment is allowed beyond the limit of work as shown in the plans. The applicant shall consult with the agent and a wetland scientist as necessary to install native wetland vegetation by hand within the IVW on the property. No native material shall be removed from the wetland, but any foreign and or stick and landscaping debris shall be removed by hand from the IVW if present. All native plantings shall come from the commission's approved planting lists. And then prior to installation of the subsurface infiltration area, we did want a test pit. And so Mike, are you still open to that? Because I don't think we added that to the plans.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was anticipating that would be a condition.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so prior to installation of the subsurface infiltration area, test pit shall be performed in the proposed area of the system and inspected by the engineer and the agent. If the location is not suitable, the applicant with the engineer and agent shall work with the engineer and agent to relocate the system as appropriate. No subsurface infiltration system shall be installed in the 25-foot buffer zone unless there are no other suitable locations. So that's like worst case scenario.
I just had one question on number
Yeah.
3.
Number 3? Okay.
Yeah, could we do maybe like 25 feet from the rear property line instead of in the leaching field area? Only because the whole backyard is the leaching field area, and I suspect that Jim probably wants some grass area.
Yeah, within the buffer zone.
Sure.
So like,
Yeah,
25-foot buffer.
I'd certainly like to be able to put some grass out there. I think for whoever wants to buy it, they're going to need a lawn. So,
okay, sorry. Do you guys
possible,
want to pull up
please.
the site plan real quick, just so we can look at that?
I'll yep. Where am I here? So this green rectangle is 25 feet from the rear property line, which is it's a little bit further from the isolated vegetated.
Oh, sorry,
wetland,
Mike.
but
It's hasn't come. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. So just within the green. Yeah, that's pretty much within the 25-foot buffer.
Right. Yeah.
We can just say within the area as shown on the plans or something. There's yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Give me 1 second to fix that. So I just wrote a native seed mix shall be selected to install within the proposed area on the site plans. The specifications of the mix shall be reviewed by the agent prior to installation.
Sounds good.
Okay. I can pull those back up, sorry. Any other comments?
No, that looks good.
Okay.
Yep, looks good. Does anyone care to make a motion? All right, then I'll make a motion. Hold on. All right. So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 25-29 with our standard conditions and the conditions as shown and read into the record by Charlotte, which are currently on the screen. Do I have a second?
For 53 Beechwood Street.
For 53 Beechwood Street. Yes, thank you. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Thank you. Take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0. Do we need a variance for work in this one, the 20?
Yeah, with our regs, we do define the inner buffer zone as 0 to 50 feet. So it doesn't clearly say it's the 25-foot buffer, but we say the inner buffer is 0 to 50 feet from a wetland resource area.
Okay, so then I will also make a motion to issue a variance for work within the buffer zone at 53 Beechwood Street. Do I have a second?
Within the 50?
25? Or
Yeah,
is it
25. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
25-foot buffer zone to the isolated wetlands as described. Do I have a second?
Steve Magnell, second.
Thank you, Steve. Tom Bell. I'll take a roll
Tom Bell,
call
aye.
vote. Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Berrigan,
Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0, and motion is approved. The public hearing is closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you
Thanks,
all
Jim.
very much. Mike, nice work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Next up, we have NOI 25-19 and Stormwater Permit 25-10 for 40 Pond Street to build a single-family home driveway, stormwater mitigation system, and landscaping within the 100-foot buffer zone and bordering vegetated wetlands, continued from 12/4/25, which is partnered with NOI 25-20 and Stormwater 25-11 for 46 Pond Street to also build a single-family home driveway, stormwater mitigation system, and landscaping within the 100-foot buffer zones to bordering vegetated wetlands for weather vane builders.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Taylor.
Hey-
I was looking
how are
for
you?
Josh, but I don't see him. Is it
We
just you
had
today?
another hearing. Yes, just me.
Okay, so do I have everybody here?
We need Adam, Curtis, and
Yep.
Sean. So
Okay.
yes.
And sorry, guys, can you introduce yourselves as well for the audience or for the public? Well, all the above.
Oh, sure.
Go
And,
ahead.
Adam Brodsky, I'm an environmental and land use attorney, working for the applicant.
And I'm Curtis Webb, the applicant with Weather Vane Builders.
Evening.
And then we also have Sean Papich with us tonight too for the landscape. I'll just quickly run through. So last hearing, we went through the proposed. I will share my screen so everybody can see. We discussed the plan you see here. Some of the comments we received last meeting were about the 10-foot wide driveway. We did reach out to the building inspector and he said that we had to have a minimum of 12. So we were trying our best to minimize impact within the buffer. We did have to add 2 feet of pavement, which we added away from the wetland resource area to the side right here. Most of the pavement in the buffer already was kind of the driveway apron, which did not change. We also did the alternatives analysis that Tom had suggested, which shifted the house on 46 Pond Street closer to the front setback and shifted the rain garden up this way. With this alternative analysis, you have 1,000 more square feet of disturbance within the buffer, and you lose roughly 280 square feet of roof, which in per DEP standards is clean runoff. So our opinion is that the other layout provides one, just a better buffer to the wetland, less impact in the 100-foot resource area. So we prefer this alternative. We did talk with Sean about the trees and the potential for adding some of the plantings within that 50 to 100-foot buffer, just due to the tree cover. So I'll let him explain that. And then I will let him too. I know he wasn't there the last hearing, so I'll let him kind of explain the landscape plan and the tree mitigation we had proposed, because I know that was a discrepancy, but I believe we agreed on 25 trees were being taken down in the 100-foot resource area. So with that, I will turn it over to Sean.
Thank you, Taylor. Conceptually, I guess you've already seen this plan in the previous hearing. What you'll notice, and we didn't just look at the, I know you're concerned with the resource to the 100-foot buffer, but we have to look at this project as a whole, right? Holistically, essentially. And so we were working on what this landscape is going to look like and feel like and perform all the way through the entire corridor to both driveways and on both sides, and dealing with some of the retaining walls that are already planned for these areas. Planting, densely planting, I'll say, all the areas that have been disturbed. Big intent there was to densely plant it with our conservation seed mix. To me, that's first and foremost, to make sure we have coverage on the ground plane. And so that's why you kind of see most of this whole shaded area, all the gray area there, pretty much every place. So there'll be a seed mix through the bulk of the entirety of the developed portion of the property. We do know there's an intent when we remove those trees to replace with a variety of trees in a quantity that's similar. What we've done is placed within the buffer 29 trees within the 100-foot buffer. We do have the 2 sheets. It's probably best, as Taylor's driving it there, to keep it. You can keep it on that. You can do whatever you want. That's probably fine. Densely planted on the left-hand side as you're driving in. That's where most of the disturbance feels, on the side as you're coming in, getting into that 50 to 100 for number 40. Again, densely planted with a variety of native plants. Also planting heavily at the rain gardens that you see there. There is, again, of the 29 trees out of the 25 required, we have 29 in that area. That is the 0 to 100. We've also got 64 trees overall with placing on the property. So again, I know part of that's out, or a decent amount of that's outside your jurisdiction, but we feel it's important to still vegetate in areas where there have been disturbances. What you see is a fair amount of overstory trees, all of native character, as well as working in some of the evergreen trees, native evergreens, cedars, American hollies. To us, those are important too for nesting and for food. Again, the rain gardens were densely planted to not feel like just depressions. So that's another take on some of these rain gardens. Usually end up looking like detention basins. Certainly you're going to have the grade of a detention basin. It's going to be densely planted with a pretty wide variety of plant material. So that was a big mission for us. The other thing we did is try to make realistic driveway areas. When you come in, you have some room to turn around, back up and turn around. But areas that we use there were also reinforced lawn areas with drought tolerant lawn. So they're not paved in those areas that you're turning around in. They're actually permeable turf surface of drought tolerant lawn with a structure, Invisible Structures is the name of a company that creates this kind of grid that's below grade. So we did that. So we utilized that technology there for both residences. There was some discussion about where we were showing some plant material kind of drifting off into the 50-foot buffer. And we did illustrate some plant material getting into the 50. What we find is usually when there are some disturbances near the 50, we'll find some pockets of space among canopy there where we could utilize some understory trees or understory shrubs that have some wildlife value. So that's why we added those there. It wasn't necessarily to disturb the 50-foot inside the 50-foot buffer. What it is to be just enhance it. What we would propose is to spot plant those in areas that make some sense where we've got some open lower understory space. So that's why those are shown there really more diagrammatically, and typically we would work with Charlotte on that in those locations. I think that covers what I was going to try to discuss with you. Obviously open for questions.
Sean, could you just also kind of highlight some of the landscaping over here on this
Sure.
call it southern side of the view?
Sure, absolutely. On that side, where there's some grading and some retaining walls, we've added a mix of evergreens as well as overstory trees. We've got river birch. We've got large shrubs also. Viburnum dentatum. We're also using dogwoods, using American holly, using large viburnums. But that whole area also above the retaining walls is going to be seeded with a conservation seed mix. So that's the intent to do that there. Also, when you're up against that adjacent property line, we added other trees, some cedars in that area. The intent up there is still to provide some amount of softened screening to the edge of the property. We do have some red maple trees that would be along the driveway, which certainly their canopy is going to be up and into view lines as anything that you see above where those retaining walls are. Red maple is going to be probably 12 to 14 feet tall going in, and it'll only get taller. We use those pretty substantially all along both driveways. Also use some red oaks, more river birch, again, heavy on the viburnums, as well as cedars and American holly up and down the driveway.
Thank you. Just wanted to note the plantings, which will help from a stormwater perspective and runoff perspective. But yeah, with that, we would open questions, comments related to either landscape or the site plan.
Thank you. And thank you, Sean. Just kind of working backwards, starting with the landscape plan. From here, it looks like it's like, very heavily. Is there lawn underneath these trees in some areas, or what's this kind of maintenance going to be? Is it going to be like a successional planting thing, or is this type of landscape? What's the intent of this? Is it kind of like you plant it and let it be, or?
I wish it was that easy, Chris. No, what it is right at the edge of the driveway, we'll have a strip of lawn. That's an area. If you wanted to jump to the next page, Taylor, maybe that works to show that a little bit larger. And if you have to zoom in, it's kind of a lighter poche. It's obviously difficult to see on computer screens. You see a little bit of lawn strips to the edges of essentially the edge of the driveway, but that's really only about a 4-foot strip of lawn. And then we go to the seed mix right away. And at that point, the intent is to have more of a meadow feel, essentially. We've got that running all the way down to the area of the edge of disturbance. If you're driving in, as well as We have that throughout to the uphill side, I should say, on the right-hand side of the driveway going to 46. In the areas of the rain gardens, we have a few different things happening there. So we would have container plants happening both in woody plant material. You've also got what we call, sometimes we call them perennials. We list it as perennials. Best way to call that, I'd say, is forbs, but that might be a little more of the botanist form of referring to that. So it's a native forb, where we used big blue stem, aster, Joe pieweed, iris, Monarda fistulosa, which is bee balm. I just like saying Monarda fistulosa. Switchgrass also. So we use a variety of plant material in containers, but we're also using a seed mix at the base that we would use typically for any of the erosion control restoration mixes that we would use. New England Wet Plants is a great resource. So there were several other companies that do it, but they're kind of the forerunners on using the seed mixes for very specific areas and
I think
functions.
in the last hearing, we had kind of looking at this, and without your, presence, we were, we just kind of looked at it. And the sense was that it's very dense, and that, and one of the comments was, I believe, if there's opportunities to enhance the buffer zone, we'd be open to that. I don't know if you're tuned into the last hearing, but part of that was to enhance the 25-foot buffer by including plantings, and so and I know you mentioned that briefly, like if there's disturbance, but I think that's something, if we can, wherever we can assess, enhance the 50, we would be welcome to that option. And then on more to the hardscape. So now that the driveway is larger, is it still the intent to have it impervious, or is that is that an option to consider impervious, or what's the any considerations there? I don't know if I'm not even kind of considering stormwater, or what the
Yeah. So
square
from a
footage is.
stormwater, just from a stormwater perspective, from our modeling it, we wouldn't model it any different, impervious versus impervious, just as we relate to stormwater. But I know Sean and Curtis were working on potentially an option where we had discussed like a couple different options of maybe putting some sort of apron out front, or this apron as impervious. Or sorry, pervious pavers.
Pervious,
Yeah, as an option for that. So I think Curtis is definitely open to doing something of that nature.
And the other question was, and you may have answered this last time, but so the driveway has to be split, and that was determined by another commission. But at what point, is there a certain point at which it needs to split, or could they be, if you were to zoom out, would you be able to? I just see that if you were able to keep it as a combined drive to a point and then split it further up, you'd be getting a lot of that driveway to the northern property out of the buffer. Is that?
Yep. I see what you're saying. So this was the building inspector's suggestion to have this with it, and we tried our best to kind of pull this driveway away from the buffer, but also not having kind of just like one combined lane for two driveways, kind of separating it so they feel like they live a little bit separate. Just from a, logistics perspective too. It's kind of like you and your neighbor going in and out. Regardless, I don't think, even if you say combined it and pushed it this way, where the wetland buffer hits, I think you would kind of still have that same impervious area as you come in right here. Say you combined it to here and came through. I don't think it gains you much just from one, grading it out, and two, just kind of where the buffer is located and how the grading works, it would likely potentially just push grading a little bit further in. So this layout kind of works the best, I guess, is the long-winded answer of that.
And Chair
Well-
McIntyre, it's Adam Brodsky. This also cannot look like a common driveway, which is the subject of litigation. So this is as close as we could get to a zoning solution, again, to avoid that issue. So.
All right. Thank you. And then my last question for this, kind of off the bat is regarding the retaining walls. There's a note that drainage and design is not final, and that was a concern of in a butter, and it raised kind of a question to me as what the flow is. I mean, this is uphill, so a lot of the water and
Yeah.
conceivably a lot of the source runoff, the water that supplies the wetland downhill is coming down this hill. So how
Yep.
how are these retaining walls?
So
being
that
affected?
note is specifically just to the drainage for how the retaining wall is installed. That drainage has nothing to do with the site drainage. So typically when you install a retaining wall, you obviously put piping behind it to make sure that, the pressure from underground water coming downhill doesn't blow out the wall. So that is only related to the underground wall itself that we do not, as civil engineers, really have jurisdiction over. It should be a structural engineer just who's designing the wall. So it does not relate to the site stormwater. It just relates specifically to how the wall itself is designed to make sure it drains properly so there are no issues with the wall.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
That's it for that plan. I guess in terms of your alternatives analysis, if you'd want to go back to that.
Yep.
I, for one, been pretty busy, so I didn't have a ton of chance to kind of look at this. It's pretty basic though, so I guess you can kind of explain it. Could you just explain it a little bit more? What your what the difference is here? It'd kind of
Yep.
be helpful to have them side by side, but
Yes, give me 1 second and I can pull that up for you.
thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, wrong one up top. Okay, so in the top one is the relocated rain garden, which shifted the house. I believe it was roughly 8 feet forward. In doing so, in order to maintain the minimum depth to a rain garden, groundwater, and the 10 feet you have to retain from a foundation to the rain garden, it pushes the rain garden back this way, which then creates the need to grade pretty much right up to the wetland buffer. So you'll see in red here is the additional disturbance that this exhibit would cause in the 100-foot resource area. So in this exhibit, you can kind of see that it's grassed untouched in our current plan. But in the alternatives plan, we would need to disturb this area. And you're changing roughly, like I said, it pulls out 280 square feet of clean runoff. So just worth noting that roof is clean runoff with DEP. So I think, does that explain it?
Yeah, that's helpful. It's helpful to
Okay.
see them side by
Yeah,
side.
side by
Thank
side.
you.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, that's all I have for now. Other commissioners, Tom?
Well, you've got this up.
Yeah.
The driveways are impervious, is that correct?
They are proposed right now as impervious, as stated. The applicant is willing to do some sort of pervious area, kind of where the apron is of the driveway.
So if you had impervious, or if you had pervious driveways, you wouldn't have the need for such a large rain garden, is that correct?
No, so when you model pervious versus impervious from a stormwater perspective, your CN number goes from, I believe, like a 98 to a 96. So from a stormwater perspective, it doesn't change the model much, but from an environmental perspective, obviously it's a little bit cleaner and recharging the groundwater.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
That's it, Tom?
Yep.
Steve?
Nope, I'm good. Since nothing else moved,
Okay. Kathy, any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Will?
I think you've been especially responsive to our comments, and Sean, big fan of the planting plan, the mix of heights and densities and everything, and support the project.
Okay. There's a comment in the Charlotte, do you want to provide comments before we go to the audience?
Yeah, really just in terms of the alternatives. So I know some of the previous comments from commissioners have been about obviously reducing impervious, trying to rotate, reduce the size of garage, eliminate driveway where possible. So just as part of the alternatives analysis, was any of that considered? I know you have limited buildable space. You did have a really good visual for that, but were any other considerations given to the reduction of impervious for the structures or for the location of the driveways, given with where you've relocated the rain gardens?
So I would say that the alternative that we provided is probably the best alternative. I don't think you're gonna be slicing and dicing 5, 10 square feet as you kind of rotate these around with just the way the buffer lays out, that you're kind of just gonna go in a circle to a degree. So I think Tom's suggestion and seeing how it laid out was probably the best alternative to prove, and that was probably the best potential option, but I think it creates more disturbance, so obviously the commission's choice, but
Yeah. Are there, and I'm sorry, just to clarify, for the driveway for 40 Pond Street, since most of that driveway is currently proposed in the 100, best case scenario, you guys in the future might see good news to do a common driveway, but let's just say that doesn't happen. Are there any considerations to make the driveway anyway pervious or any way to offset some of that new pavement going through the 100-foot buffer?
yeah, so I mean, again, Curtis or Sean could chime in on what they want to do, but I think again they're open to doing some sort of impervious or pervious pavers or something in that general driveway apron in this area where it would make sense.
Yeah, I don't want to speak 100% for Curtis. He's on there because he could jump in and speak to it because it's really his project. But there could be some opportunity there in the area adjacent to the garage. So what we call the auto court, or we call it I think, Taylor, the apron, that area. There some amount of permeable pavers perhaps in that area, I think, is what we had discussed as an opportunity if it feels like something that Curtis wants to do. That would be the best spot to do that. It seems to make sense anyway.
Yeah.
What about the rest of it? I mean, what's the why are you so stuck on the, impervious asphaltic? I mean, there's plenty of different driveways, stone or shell or whatever. Is that not an option for this project?
I would say and I'm jumping in here, so you guys jump into Taylor and Curtis, but I would say one of the things that we like to see, and Curtis may feel the same way, he'll tell you, and is that area that's pretty close to the garage, that front area. If we can have a hard surface for play, what I've noticed, if there's families, if there's anybody, young kids, that we have a safe place for them to play that's got some size and it's also flat, that permeable pavers is kind of a nice alternative as opposed to the crushed stone. Or for permeable asphalt, I think there's a little bit of a mixed feelings about that because of the maintenance aspect. That's why we tend to still want the surface to be hard and firm in that area adjacent to the garage. Curtis, jump in.
Yeah, as the applicant, I agree. That would be our preference. Also, with cars turning around, tires turning, can create ruts, more maintenance. It can tend to become a mess right in front of the garage that way. So we would prefer like a pervious paver in that section, or as an alternative, keep the motor court area like an asphalt. We could do a stretch of the driveway like a seashell or a crushed stone on the way into the motor court. But I would say sort of one or the other would be our preference.
And from an area perspective, whether it's this area or that area, you're kind of talking about the same square footage.
Okay.
At the risk at this late hour of asking a stupid question, but what does it matter? This is such a narrow driveway. Whether water infiltrates within the 12-foot wide driveway or sheets to either side and infiltrates, I don't get it. Where is the value to that? Particularly since we're not necessarily concerned with an aquifer in infiltration. The water's going to infiltrate. It's just going to infiltrate, 6 feet to either side. But in any event,
I could respond to that, Adam, but I don't know if you want to have that. Okay. All right. So I
well,
guess
we can talk. You can educate me
Yeah.
offline, but I've never understood this concern.
Yeah, happy to chat offline, but the quick answer is definitely, as Taylor mentioned, roof runoff is typically considered clean under DEP standards. Asphalt is not. So new proposed asphalt in the 100-foot buffer or any buffer zone usually does pose a concern to the commission. Any attempts to try and consider pervious, I know it's being infiltrated, but in large storm events where maybe that does not happen, any sheet flow or anything that could run off into the wetland, it would be something to consider. So I know it's designed in a way to infiltrate during, regular stuff, but in larger events, you are putting new impervious surface of asphalt in the 100-foot buffer to the wetland that is not originally there, and it's forested, maybe partially disturbed with a stone wall. But that's really at least where my main concern is in terms of the potential impacts to the wetland would be the new increase of impervious surface from an asphalt perspective. So.
Yeah, it's more than, I'm talking about the driveway. I'm not talking about the court. That's more than 75 feet away from the wetland. The chances of water sheeting off of that driveway and actually getting into the wetland, I'm going to guess is fairly low.
Low, but not zero.
Pretty close to zero, but I'm done. I'll leave it to the actual experts here.
And my last comment, sorry, I am done, but my last comment, Taylor, we did discuss that, not trying to be super nitpicky, but it's 27 trees in the 100-foot buffer. However, the commission had noted during the last hearing, at least 2 commissioners did, that they wouldn't necessarily want to see replacement for the 2 dead trees to add to the total. There were 2 dead trees just at the, direction wise was that east. Yeah. I don't know if you can go to the tree page, but there were 2 dead trees within the limit of work that we are expecting to come out that just weren't circled.
We did show 29 in the buffer.
In the landscape?
We did.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that was it. And then I did have conditions unless we do have some hands raised and questions for the audience, but.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, go ahead. Yeah, you want to address the question from the audience?
Yeah, actually, she would just like to speak. Mary Jo Larson of 12 Virginia Lane.
Yep.
Okay, one second. Hey, Mary Jo.
Hi there, and thank you very much. So my name is Mary Jo Larson, 12 Virginia Lane, and our home on Virginia Lane is situated above the western side of the ravine. If you look at that map, you'll see that there's a real omission, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of the information that's available about the topography, the slant, the angle, and the flow of water that comes from that side of the ravine. So I'm listening to your discussions and would like to jump immediately to our second concern. Our first concern was really about wetland protection, and I expected actually not just one alternative, but I thought you would actually give different alternative designs of the buildings themselves so that they would fit outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. So I don't understand why it's such a limited response to the request for alternatives, but that's just a comment that I'll make. In terms of risks, I would like to really focus on our second concern, and it pertains to the stormwater management. I mean, clearly, the developer has recognized that the ravine is subject to stormwater flooding, and that 70-foot long, 4-foot high retaining wall is there to protect the properties, the newly planned properties. And all of the focus has been on what is going to happen within those property lines. But what is missing, it's a serious omission from my perspective, is information about the landscape on the other side of that wall. So even as you were describing, I think it was Taylor said, oh yeah, there will be piping there to protect the wall. If you were to take away that wall, and by the way, that wall is altering, it's altering the water flow from our side of the ravine. So if you were to remove that wall, everything that you're talking about would be at risk. So to recognize that actually that 70-foot long wall poses a stormwater risk to the current property owners on Virginia Lane is something that I really hope the commission considers more seriously, because that wall is going to alter pre-existing stormwater flow and drainage patterns. And I was looking at the bylaws, and that is definitely a priority that is highlighted within the bylaws. So what happens is, blocked by the retaining wall, streams of concentrated water flow into channels. They erode the soil behind the wall, and they potentially destabilize the hillside that is behind the wall. And that is the hillside that is behind our homes. So to assess these risks, on January 5th, I was looking at the map and I realized, wait a minute, there's no recognition of, there's a tremendous emphasis at the top of this image that I'm looking at, but no recognition of what is happening behind that wall. So I submitted a request for a topographical mapping. The assessors were on our property that includes a more detailed representation of the terrain on the western side of the lots. At this stage, before voting on the newly proposed exceptions to our bylaws, I represent 25 people who signed a petition. We really would respectfully request that Concom have the developers submit alternative, not just plans for the same buildings, but alternative building designs for the construction of residences that are not situated within the 100-foot buffer for the wetlands. That's number one. And number two, support a peer review of the stormwater risk to the current residents of Cohasset, current residents of Virginia Lane, before you concede to an investor, a developer who is maximizing his return on investment by putting in this particular building design. So please support peer review of the stormwater risks to residents of Virginia Lane, to include a topographical building map that includes a detailed representation of the terrain on the western side of the lots, which is the back side of our homes. I mean, we actually have been very grateful for the amount of time that the commission has dedicated to this assessment of these really ambitious plans. Tom Bell actually walked across our properties. He came to Virginia Lane, he walked around here, he stood at the edge of our property, he looked down into the ravine and he could see, that's like a 35-degree angle going down into a ravine. So this is a very ambitious plan. I love the concept of a botanical garden in our backyards, but I worry that actually that wall is going to create a piping effect, and it's going to erode further erode, I should say, the back of our property. So that's my fear. So if you're not convinced that stormwater damage is a risk, just don't put in the wall and let's see what happens. Take away the wall and I'll be happy, because then you won't be interfering with the flow of the water. So again, I'm sorry it sounded as if everyone was really happy with all of these trees. I love the trees. And I want someone to really be creative in thinking of a design so that you can put in properties. But I am please requesting that you incorporate our concerns as you further review these ambitious plans. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mrs. Larson. Appreciate your attendance and your comments. Applicants, would you care to address or reply to any of those comments, or what can you provide us for assurance that her concerns about the piping effect and the increased erosion on her property is not going to occur?
Yeah, so I mean, as we've stated multiple times throughout all of these hearings, we all know those lots are up gradient to ours. So stormwater today flows down to the wetland. When you analyze it from a stormwater perspective, you have a design point. Everything in pre and post must be less than that design point. With your peak rates, so the water is still flowing in the same direction. Today, there's no plantings. You have some trees. It's probably dirt out there, maybe some leaves, which don't stop water from running down a hill. We've done our best to do the two-tiered wall system, which again, as we say, it will infiltrate into the lawn. We're proposing plantings, which help slow down the stormwater. We've provided a swale to take the stormwater that's coming down here to move it around the house to still make it to the wetland. If you could not take out these walls because then there would be no project. So the walls are very minimal in height. We're proposing the highest point on one of the walls is 5 feet. The rest are all below that. The drainage that will be provided for the walls will also help mitigate some of this runoff that we talk about that gets infiltrated into the ground to, again, like I said earlier, eliminate any of that static pressure that would get stuck behind the wall. Overall, in this proposed condition from any new project, you have to mitigate peak rates. So we are taking whatever flows there today and we are minimizing it with our stormwater to make it better. I don't know if Sean, you want to chime in on anything, or Adam, but I think this helps the conditions greatly to mitigate the stormwater that today has nothing.
Yeah, I don't know how it would impact what is uphill of it when the water will be managed outside the property line essentially and down gradient. So I don't think it's going to impact the rear yards of the folks on Virginia Lane.
And also to add on to that, from our perspective too, we have to account for that stormwater, anything again in existing and
correct
proposed conditions, we count for that stormwater and that runoff. And we've proposed plantings up there to try and help as well.
The only thing I would add is that by us directing the water around the buildings, I mean, there's no erosion that's going to occur. So there's no risk of erosion of that slope. I should also say that upgrading property owners can make an unreasonable use of downgraded property owners' property for the management of their stormwater. So if there is stormwater coming off of Ms. Larson's property, it's coming onto our property. But we're appropriately managing it. And again, there's no risk of any harm to the upgrading properties.
Yes. So I think her main concern is that there'll be some alteration to the water flow and that it'll create what she's referring to as a piping effect. And you have guaranteed, or the drainage design for these walls will mitigate that. And is that fair to say? And can you kind of just clarify that, please?
Yeah, I also just I want to clarify too, like the drainage for the wall has nothing to do with the drainage of the overall site, just helps the design of the wall to make sure it doesn't give out, which is concerns of eroding the property. above. But yes, so anything coming onto our property, we have to account for in our stormwater model. So again, like it stated, if it is doing it in existing conditions, then we're maintaining and accounting for it in our proposed conditions to mitigate it.
Taylor, can you hear me?
Yep.
Excuse me. The point of the wall is so that the water won't come onto your property. I mean,
No,
if you
the
remove
point,
the wall, remove the wall, and will the water will the water from remember it comes on our property from the property above us. We're on a very steep slope here. It's not, I mean, it's not as if we can manage it. It's just flowing. If you know Pond Street and you look at all of the angles here, the water really flows down our property, but it comes from the property above, et cetera, and the property above them. But what I'm confused by your response, because as the water flows down into the ravine, your wall blocks it from going on to these properties. That's the purpose.
no, the purpose of it is to maintain the grade. So you're up at whatever, 70, we'll call it 80. We are still sloping down 77, 75. You hit a wall and then it drops down to retain the grade. So it drops from 76 down to 69. Then you slope again at a 3-to-1 to hit another wall to then slope down. So the water is still flowing in the same direction towards the wetland. It's going in the same direction it is today. The wall is not going to back up any water towards your house because you're still at a higher elevation. It's just slowing the water down, and then we're also mitigating for it with our rain gardens.
I didn't think it was going to back it up to my house, Taylor. I'm worried.
Chair McIntyre, can we have questions to the chair, please, and not a debate between
Yes.
others and engineers, please?
Yes. Ms. Larson, we appreciate your comments, but based on our experience in the commission and the professional opinions of the engineers, I think what your concerns are the retaining walls are to retain the earth, and they are designed to allow water to continue to flow as they have. So there should not be any alteration to the water flow from your property down gradient. And that's my opinion, and that's been my experience. If there are changes, I think the project will can't speak for the project, but I'm sure they will help mitigate those, but there shouldn't be. That's just not the nature of this type of situation. They're adding vegetation and they're adding this wall to retain the soil, not the water. I would comment though on the other part of your comment, which was that the alternatives analysis was pretty basic, and we didn't receive it until the last minute, and there wasn't much of there was no looking at redesign, and I don't know if that was specifically raised in the last meeting, but what's the response from the applicants on that part of her comment?
Yeah, so I think we've kind of created the best compact design that we can to try and mitigate the buffer. Kind of as I stated earlier, however we're going to slice it and dice it, I think we're going to be talking about 10 to 20 square feet swapping impervious on the lots. I don't think with the setbacks required for the building and everything, I don't know that we're going to get anything that substantially changes any impact.
And Chair
that we don't
McIntyre,
already have.
Yeah, we explored that at some length at the last public hearing, and the only takeaway we had was to come back to address Mr. Bell's specific concern about changing the shape of the rain garden by moving, the one of the houses closer. So that was our task, which we provided.
Um, thank you. Well, I don't have any additional comments at this time, other than I am interested in, as Charlotte pointed out, there is value in the pervious driveways, which I agree with, especially in this.
Would the board be open to making that potentially a condition? Because from a stormwater perspective, it's not going to change our model. But I get from your point, swapping out some of that area to pervious pavers, or if we agree upon an area that you guys like, is that something the board would be open to?
I would be. I'm only one vote.
Yeah, we can run through the commissioners. Tom, based on the comments from the abutter and, are you satisfied, number one, with the alternatives analysis, and would you be comfortable with conditioning this that they, that it's not very clear what they're proposing in terms of replacing impervious with pervious, but what's your 2 cents?
Well, Ms. Corsano's right that the curve is not going to change enough to make a difference in being able to reduce the rain garden. So I'd say from that perspective, it's not going to make any difference.
Yeah, not for stormwater, but
Not for stormwater.
as Charlotte pointed out, there is, in the buffer zone specifically, I guess for the, what is that? The northern property.
Right. And I would say that anything that comes off of that is going to end up in groundwater, and it is going to discharge ultimately to the wetland through groundwater. But that's not in our jurisdiction.
Okay. So you're
in terms of the wall, I actually doubt that it's going to have much impact on the rate of erosion at the top of the slope. I really don't see how that could happen. The swale might be of concern between the two walls here. We've actually seen things sort of like this happen before, where there could be erosion there at the maybe halfway down the slope, and then the homeowner has a problem then. Now, yes, there is a lot of planting there, and presumably that's going to prevent any serious erosion between the walls, but it is still possible. But I think that their solution is probably adequate.
In terms of the alternative analysis, was just the shifting of the house adequate in your mind?
Yeah, I think the only solution to that which is what I started with, was can you reduce the size of the rain garden? And if you can't reduce the amount of runoff from the driveway significantly, you're not going to be able to reduce the size of the rain garden. So I think they answered that to my satisfaction anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Chair, I'll just make a quick clarification. Tom, for your groundwater is a protected interest in the Wetlands Protection Act and our wetland bylaws, and also protection of water quality and increasing ground rate of recharge are protected interests in our stormwater bylaw.
Thank you. Yep. So in that case, there is an impact from putting in impervious asphalt anyway. So, yeah, I'll retreat a bit on that. I don't think it's going to make any much difference in the runoff for the rain garden, and then therefore moving the structure out of a little bit farther out of the 100-foot buffer. But in terms of contaminating the groundwater, yeah, it's probably some marginal effect for a while.
So what are you saying? You'd be in favor of going conditioning it that they include some pervious portion? We need to drill down on that in terms of what we're looking for.
Well, I'd say that you either make the whole thing pervious or I mean, it sounds like we're talking about a patch here or a patch there on either driveway, right? Essentially the area that of the moving the compensating for the area of the turnaround somewhere up the driveway. And so what do we gain there? Maybe there is a strategic placement that could be made here that's equal to the amount of turnaround and the apron in front of the driveway. And it probably, I don't know whether it be the uphill end of it or the downhill side of it.
All right.
So I guess I'm ambivalent about it. I'm not real happy about the whole design, but I don't see any fatal flaws here.
The water is either going to go into the ground through the driveway, or worst case, 12 feet further away, it's going to go into the ground.
Yeah.
Best case, it goes into the rain garden.
Yeah.
I don't really see it, and like someone said, it's like 75 feet away from the wetlands.
Mm-hmm.
Adam, Sean, can you articulate what portion of that court we can make with pavers so that perhaps Charlotte can craft a special condition?
Yeah.
And again, it will be subject to her, review and approval.
Exactly.
We're trying to meet middle ground here.
Exactly. So if we're talking about the work, it's obviously building 40, right? So if we're looking at building 40, one of the things that I was speaking to was if you were to make that area in front of the garage, it's wider essentially, and whether it be that entire kind of auto court area, so you go all the way out, Taylor, to kind of where our turnaround is, and then come down. And if that becomes all a permeable surface, is something like that palatable? Or do you say, no, that's my area, I'm going to keep impervious, but I will take the permeable portion and run it, down the driveway. And that's also where you get the flow of water coming. Well, we don't have it going off of there because we're running it back toward the rain garden.
Yeah, it comes down.
The way we have it
this way.
graded, but yeah. Perhaps it's the area in front of the garage, but to the point that I'm hearing from everybody else, and the way that Taylor has this, it's all being graded toward the rain garden. So that portion of the driveway in the 100 is being graded toward the rain garden. So just by grading it that way, you're protecting the resource, right? That is downhill. You could say it's a gesture to go with crushed stone, or something like that from the mouth of the auto court out toward Pond Street. You won't have the runoff, but it won't tax. You won't have it in the same way, I guess is what we're saying, right, Taylor? It's
Yes.
not modeled not any different.
Yeah, from our perspective, it makes no difference.
So is that clear as mud then, probably is what you're
Mr. Chair, can I suggest that we establish like a percentage of the driveway that has to be permeable, and they can work with the agent on where that would be? Like say half, 50, 75, whatever, I don't know. But
in the 100-foot buffer, correct?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you want to propose, Will?
So would in the 100-foot buffer, I think, well, 75 might be too much. Maybe like 60 so that you can keep that hard over by the garage. I don't know. I think 60 is fine.
Why don't we just say from the end of the auto court to the end of the 100-foot buffer?
Perfect. I'm in for that.
All right.
So,
Sorry, so the do we want to specify 60% or a rough area up to the
rough area? The auto court would be
okay, the auto court area. Okay.
Yeah.
Reduce
Would be-
impervious for the auto court area.
no, I think it was the other way around, didn't you
Oh.
say?
Yeah, I think we
Well-
take the driveway area and propose to do that in a permeable material. Does that sound good to you, Curtis?
My only concern with it is just potential washouts with the grade change. But I would be open to it.
Okay. Maybe okay. Look at a couple different materials, perhaps.
Yeah, you do permeable pavers, the ones that have the grass that grow up through the middle.
I think the issue though, if we do this section, from a aesthetic standpoint, is you'd carry it out to the road, and then it may look weird swapping the pavement. I think if you were to do the impervious pavers, you would want to do something in this area. Just from like a transition standpoint, it's like, where do you transition? Where do you stop? How do you mesh the two driveways together on the street?
Do it all permeable.
What if you did treads? We can also, again, keep the condition general. But like you could have like a gravel driveway with impervious treads, you know? I don't know how that would help with maintenance, but that could still, you know, I don't know. It's something we can keep the condition general, just throwing it out there.
I feel like the percentage seemed like the best option because it leaves a couple options open. You still get the same mitigation in the 100-foot buffer.
Yeah.
And then it leaves open the best option that makes sense for this site to make everybody happy.
Okay, so we're sticking with 60% of the proposed impervious asphalt areas within the 100-foot buffer to try and reduce it as much as practicable.
It's not my condition.
Okay with that.
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Okay.
As the applicant, just want clarification on that. Does the proposed turnaround, will that be included in that 60%?
Now, that will already be permeable because that's going to be a reinforced lawn, essentially. Reinforced drought-tolerant lawn. So that's
Just wondering if that will get factored into that calculation.
I would say you can include that because that's permeable already.
Yeah.
Part of 60.
Okay.
Wait, so oh my God.
So I think it's still 60%, but we're just, as we get that number, the turnaround will count towards that 60%.
Correct.
Is what they were saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
A little more
So I
generous.
think the condition still stands if the board is good with it, that 60% has to be impervious or pervious within the 100-foot buffer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not what I was thinking. We're getting into this a little too deep, but I was thinking just what's currently listed as impervious 60% of, and we already had that as drive tolerant, whatever Sean said it was, tolerant lawn. So
that's fine.
we're getting into horse trading, so let's just.
I did include as much as practicable. That does give us, like, the goal is 60%. So as much as practicable can have a little bit of flexibility there.
Yeah, to make it make sense.
All right. So it is.
Yeah, so we don't want 10%, obviously, right? But then if we're at like 45%, that can be, something that, we as a commission can decide as, are we compliant with that condition, yes or no? And I'm happy to work with the chair or in the vice chair on that if we need to have, a second person take a look at it and confirm that we're good with whatever you're proposing.
Okay. Steve, any additional final?
No, I think we've kind of gone off into the weeds a bit. I mean, my objection from the beginning has been building in the buffer zone. I mean, the entire you've got an entire building which is almost entirely within the 100-foot buffer. The other building is probably 2/3 of the way, or a third of it is in the 100-foot buffer, and it just seems to be a rather egregious use of the wetland resource.
So in terms of the alternatives analysis, is this
the alternatives analysis for me did absolutely nothing, because I mean it said, yeah, we're going to disturb a little bit more of the 100-foot buffer zone, but it's minor disturbance compared to putting an entire building there. So I mean, it's kind of I'm going to regrade a section of the buffer zone, but it's not the same as several thousand.
Were you looking for something else in terms of the alternative analysis?
I thought looking for something else trying to get as little of the buffer zone modified as possible, and that was modifying grading is not the same as moving a building.
I thought we already did that, showing the buildable area and how 40 has almost none and it can only go right there. I thought we did that at a previous meeting.
Yeah.
We did that, but didn't mean I agree with it. Yeah, you try to fit something in where I don't believe it belongs. But I'm only one person.
No, you're two. We're two. I feel the same way. I don't think we should be that either of these houses should be built in the buffer.
What is our jurisdiction to say that, though, I think is the question.
Yeah.
It
Chair
is.
McIntyre, it's Adam Brodsky. I mean, you are allowed to construct within the 50 to 100 foot buffer
Yeah.
zone, provided you demonstrate that you're not going to alter the wetland resource area. I think we've unequivocally demonstrated that we meet the performance standards both under the state act and the local bylaw. And I can appreciate that commissioners don't like development, but if a project meets the performance standards, it meets the performance standards and the applicant is entitled to an order of conditions.
Let me clarify something. I'm not anti-development. I just don't want development so close to wetlands. I think that's different.
All I can say, Mr. Bell, is the project undisputedly meets the performance standards. I think you've actually conceded as much.
I have.
I think you're duty bound to enforce your own regulations and the state acting grant.
I agree with that. As much as I don't want to do it, I don't have a choice.
And also, Taylor and her team had provided a buildable area diagram, which Taylor, I don't know if you have that open, but I believe that does show the correlation of buildable space on the lot versus the position of where we are in the buffer. So, even though, deciding on buildable area in terms of a building setback is not our jurisdiction, but, when obviously a project has additional restraints of that, for example, that 125 line thing was new to me. So I didn't realize that was a regulation in the building code or zoning, wherever it came from.
Zoning.
It was a zoning thing? Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not a building code? That's a local zoning restriction for new development that you cannot get a variance for?
It's just all lots. It's a zoning requirement. So anybody.
So you could get a variance
lot
for this?
area dimensional requirements in the zoning bylaws, Charlotte.
But you could request a variance, couldn't you?
That you probably would not get.
I can assure you
Well,
that
wait a minute. You could I didn't ask whether you could get it. I asked whether you could request it.
Don't request a variance for anything.
Yeah.
Mr. Bella, in my personal experience with the Cohasset Zoning Board of Appeals, we would not be successful proposing a lot width variance.
Well, maybe you should try it.
Did we go through conditions yet? Can I
No.
make a motion to?
So
No, not yet.
not yet. So I think there's obviously some feedback that you're receiving, and the alternatives analysis was a shift of the rain gardens in the house. What it doesn't look at is any redesign or reduced footprints. Seems what I'm hearing is that's.
I mean, Adam could chime in on this, but I think the homes we have proposed are very moderately sized, especially within the area. The median home within the area, I think, is like 24,000 square feet. We're under that on the 40 Pond Street where you are further in the buffer. The other lot, again, you're still going to have disturbance within the buffer. The roof is the only disturbance we have in that buffer, and it's clean runoff, which is being treated by that underground system. So again, it's just we could go around, around, and around.
There's several neighbors there that have 15 or 16, 1,800 foot size footprints.
I don't think our jurisdiction's the size of houses, guys.
No, we don't, but she's making the argument. So I can respond to it.
Yeah.
So
As the
again,
applicant,
Chair
listening to-
McIntyre, I mean, we've done this several times before, and
Several times,
provided you
what?
with we've explained the site limitations, the sizes of the homes, the possible locations of the homes. And again, after the last public hearing, the only thing left to demonstrate was moving the second home.
No, I think you cut me off last time I tried to bring this up, and you said that a modern home has to have a two-car garage or something of that nature, and I disagreed. And I think that when we discussed alternatives analysis, it was it was simplified in terms of what we were interested in finding, and what I was interested in seeing was an alternative, not just relocation of, shifting 15 feet this way or that way, but demonstrating that this is that this design is the only one for this site that makes sense. And that's reasonable, I think, because I haven't seen anything but those two designs.
Chair McIntyre, I'm not sure how I can respond. I mean, we could propose a mini house in a location that would minimize impacts to wetland resource areas. That's not the project that's being proposed to you. You've been presented with a modest proposal for development of these lots for purposes of a viable two viable single family homes, one on each lot in Cohasset. The relevant question is not what is the universe of alternatives. And I know I didn't want to challenge you on this. I don't think there's anything in your local regulations that talk about we have to explore all of the alternatives. The question is whether the project that's been presented to you will have an adverse impact on the wetland resource area. I've seen no evidence whatsoever that we don't meet any of the performance standards. Now, I guess the commission could take a vote and vote down the project. I hope that's not the case, but I don't think the commission has any viable grounds for denying the project, and to suggest that, well, yeah, you could put a 500 square foot mini house to minimize impacts in the buffer zone, I don't think would be supported. So I'm
With
not
all
sure
due
how to
respect,
answer.
Mr. Brodsky, I'm going to step in here. It is 9:38 at night. We have been discussing this for a while. I know some commissioners were asking about the conditions, and while you make a good point that the commission may or may not have a good reason to deny the project, that also is the decision is the commission. So if the commission does not feel like there is a good reason to approve this project, they will specifically need to say so if they were to issue a denial motion. But with that being said, I don't know if the commission wishes for a continuance. It does not sound like that is the case, but if that is the case, then please specify what the commission would be looking for and the applicant can respond. Otherwise, I don't know if anyone's ready to come to a vote, just given the time and the long agenda we have. Sorry, trying to be timekeeper as
I
best as
agree.
possible.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Thank you, Charlotte. Will,
Yeah.
final questions or comments, or do you care to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a
Oh,
motion.
sorry, I'm sorry, skip Kathy. Apologies, Kathy. Did you have any questions or comments or final thoughts, or you want to make a motion, Kathy?
No, I'll pass on that. Thank you.
Will?
No comments, questions, but I'll make a motion if we're ready.
Please do.
Make a motion to approve. Or do we have to go through conditions? Sorry.
You are going,
that first,
unless
yeah.
you want to ignore them.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll be quick. This order of permit shall be contingent upon the applicant obtaining all other required state and local permits from other boards and authorities. No site work, including land clearing, shall occur until all other applicable permits and approvals have been obtained, such as but not limiting to zoning, planning, sewer, and building. All changes to the plans from any other state required boards and permitting authorities shall be submitted to the commission in writing. No revised site work or changes are allowed to begin until the commission reviews all subsequent changes to the plans. Should a common driveway be reintroduced to this project, a revised site plan with an updated stormwater report and calculations, as well as revised landscape plan, shall be submitted to the commission in writing prior to any site work, including land clearing work, to determine if an amended notice of intent or stormwater permit is required. I'll fix that later. If a common driveway is not installed, the applicant shall work with the agent to reduce 60% of the proposed impervious asphalt areas within the 100-foot buffer to other pervious options as much as practicable. Prior to any site work, the following shall be completed. Contractor and applicant shall initially walk the site with the agent to inspect the following and shall be adjusted in the field as necessary to protect existing conditions and vegetation as much as possible. Stake the limit of work. All trees within the limit of work proposed to remain marked with green ribbon as necessary. Tree protection barriers. All trees proposed to be removed within limit of work shall be marked accordingly. Erosion controls may be installed after initial inspection of the limit of work. All marked trees removed within limit of work and after erosion control barriers are installed, the contractor and agent, the contractor shall contact the agent for an additional inspections. Basically, you cut the trees and inspect limit of work, cut the trees, put the barrier in, and I come back in 2 visits. The applicant shall submit structural plans designed by a structural engineer of the proposed retaining walls to the agent and building department as part of a building permit application that is required. The commission reserves the right to retain a peer review engineer at the expense of the applicant to review these designs from a stormwater management perspective should there be stormwater concerns from the agent or the commission. As part of the stormwater permit, the proposed landscape plan shall be followed and all native plantings shall be installed within the areas as shown within and outside of the buffer zones. All plantings on the site shall be planted randomly as much as possible to mimic natural conditions. No mulch or fill is allowed within the proposed planting areas except as necessary to install larger plantings. The area as shown in the plans is to be installed to naturally vegetated conditions. Conservation markers shall be installed at or just before the 50-foot buffer on the site, set at appropriate distances with suitable materials and signage, which shall be approved by the agent to delineate the protection areas after project completion. The 50-foot buffer zone shall be restaked as necessary prior to installation. And then following site inspections at pre-construction, stormwater, pre-paving inspections, landscaping, mitigation, and final. The only reason why I'm adding the landscape, the driveway inspection is just because we may discuss some pervious options.
Sounds good.
And I'm sure there might be a comment about the blue language. That's why I kept it.
Okay,
No? Okay.
good.
I
All right,
guess
I'm gonna make a motion to, I have to do the property separately, but I can do the stormwater and NOI together. Is that right? Do them all separate.
Yes, yes. If you are, I would do them both separately in terms of 40 and 46 Pond Street.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions for NOI 25-19 and a stormwater permit for stormwater permit application 25-10 for 40 Pond Street.
With the conditions as
Oh,
shown
with the
in
conditions that Charlotte read and were shown on the screen.
and the standard ones.
And all standard conditions, yes.
All right. Anyone care to second?
And I'm sorry, Will, did you say for 40 Pond Street?
40, yeah.
Yep.
Someone's got a second if we're gonna vote.
You can still vote no if you second.
Chair McIntyre, this is Adam Brodsky. If we're not going to get a second on a motion for approval, we'll request a continuance. I don't want to force a no vote here.
Okay.
What are we going to look at in continuance, you guys? Would it be specific with them?
I think that there's.
Can I get?
there's-
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
No. Apparently, you need additional information. So you want us to examine alternatives. Is there any additional information that you want us to consider?
I think alternatives that minimize, that demonstrate that the designs that you're putting in front of us are the least intrusive to the wetlands and have, demonstrated that it's the best design, has the least impact to the wetland resource, and that there's no alternatives for building homes in those locations that would be less intrusive. Or
Just to comment on that, so again, like we had said, so 40 Pond Street we can't really propose any alternatives on that just due to the proximity of the rain gardens. We've maxed out with building setbacks and rain gardens. On 46, we originally had a larger house than was shown. We minimized it as suggested at one of the first hearings. And then we did the alternative of shifting it forward. I want to know specifically just because I don't want to, give something like I felt we were providing the alternative that was requested last hearing. So I just want to make sure we're not constantly continuing this with what ifs. Because regardless of grading and whatnot, your disturbance in the 100-foot buffer or 50 to 100 foot is likely going to remain very similar. It is worth noting too that we have preserved 78% of the resource area on both of these sites combined. We have 22% of disturbance within the resource area.
In the buffer, not the resource.
In the buffer, in the 50 to 100 foot buffer. We've tried to mitigate as best as we can to, combine everything to these areas. I feel like
it seems to me that what the commission hasn't seen is any quantified comparison of reduced footprints for different designs of the actual structures. I mean that's
so just changing like the house shape into a different configuration to fit in the
size,
buffer better.
Reduce. I mean, I can't tell you what to build or what. I can't tell you how to design it, but it doesn't. There's no.
You're saying you want to see a smaller house, and then once they bring those alternatives,
A smaller footprint.
Then we're going to say you have to build a smaller house.
Smaller
I'm not
footprint.
saying that. You're saying that. I'm saying. I said what I said.
Smaller
I want to
footprint.
see a demonstration that this is the least intrusive, practical alternative.
Smaller footprints are going to be, and obviously Curtis could jump in a lot more easily than I can on this, but smaller footprints on a new house, that's going to be really, really, really difficult and dangerously small. If you really look at what these footprints are, these are modest footprints. Look at some of 90% of the other projects that you have coming on board. These are modest, and I'd be absolutely shocked to see something much smaller. And I am talking footprint too, Tom. I'm not talking about overall square footage. Plus, there's some limitations on height. You can't just keep going. You can't go 4 stories. You can't.
35 feet everywhere.
Exactly. But so there are limitations on what you can do for your square footage because of height, right? So footprint is modest here. Yeah, again, I know you're anti-development. I'm sorry to say it, Tom, but this is anti-development.
So it's actually it's an intention to make a project uneconomic, so it can't be proposed. So we're gonna provide all of that information to the commission. I would ask the commission to please direct me where in your regulations it requires an applicant to meet that particular performance standard.
It's not in there.
That's correct. And
I
so
believe our bylaw states
reduce this to
that you have
writing.
to demonstrate
and
the least intrusive practicable alternative.
That's not in your regulations. I believe the only reference to alternatives would be if riverfront was a wetland resource area, which would be considered. And even then, it's a substantially practicable equivalent. So even under the state wetlands regulations, if you had new development within a riverfront area, DEP would consider substantially economically equivalent alternatives. So what this is fundamentally a regulatory taking. So we're gonna present this information to you so that you can consider it, and so that the record is pretty clear. But I'd ask for any guidance you can give me to where in the regulations.
I want
you
to
think this
urge
is.
my fellow commissioners that we're on dangerous ground and doing exactly what Mr. Brodsky said. I don't think there's anything we can tell him to do. And I think we should approve this.
Tom, any additional input at this point?
No.
Tom? Well, there was a motion made. There was no second, so.
And a motion, a request to continue by the applicant.
Okay.
Would you guys prefer the 22nd meeting, January 22nd, or would you like some more time to bolster that alternatives analysis? Which just
Again,
seems to be what the commission's asking for a continuance, since a motion can't be made right now.
As the applicant, I'd like to know how, 40 Pond Street is the one, and I don't want to dive back into this again, but 40 Pond Street is the one that's the issue. That's the one that is mostly inside the 100.
Yeah.
That is a modestly sized house. How do we prove that? Because that's a subjective take, is to prove that it's a modest, that we're doing our best to minimize impact. It's sort of subjective. That house is modest. Like Taylor said, that is smaller than the average house in Cohasset in the area. So how can we, if we just have a little direction, what do you want us to do with that home? Because it can't get much smaller.
Also, to Curtis's point, so I guess if you're looking at this house, if you were to chop off this 4-season room and shift this house this way, you are still going to have the same amount of disturbance within the buffer due to the grading of the homes and the slopes. You're not gaining, you may lose a little bit of clean runoff from the roof. But again, I feel like we had a little bit of this debate last time. Is it more important to move impervious out of the buffer or minimize disturbance against the 50-foot buffer?
That's what I mean. Neither one of those things has any significant impact on the wetlands. I don't think there's any value in any further alternatives analysis. We will not improve this project's limited impact on the wetland.
Well, that's for them. I mean, they can come back and with a new, something else that's not clearly. There's no consensus on this commission to approve this project, and no appetite for it as it is. So, what we're looking for is a more in depth. I mean, we received the alternatives analysis hours ago, maybe like a day ago at this point, but
Well, we did provide it with our submittal. Charlotte asked for the areas, so I provided those yesterday when I got notice from Charlotte.
Clearly it was not exactly what we're looking for. I think there's more demonstration of why the houses are, and if there needs to be an explanation as to why the footprints need, an explanation as to why the footprints need to be the size that they are, and those are the alternative. Those are the only, feasible, livable sizes with all the, everything that goes with it, including the carports and the garage and all that stuff. Then that's probably what we need to do to convince this commission at this point.
Taylor, I'm happy to help you offline with this, but I think what I'm envisioning, and I'm happy to, discuss with the chair, but I think if you include some visual schematics of the buildable area that you've already produced with the overlay of your proposed locations for your rain garden, your house, and your driveway, keeping it simple, showing different alternatives for that, and then kind of overlaying that, you know what I mean, with the document that you had just provided. Like, if that makes any sense, I'm happy to help, like,
I
with
think so. It's
explaining
just
that.
I keep hearing that the board wants more analysis, more
Yeah, so, like,
alternatives, and
yeah.
it's not going to change, as Will stated, it's not going to change the outcome of the disturbance within
And
the
if that's
100
the
foot.
case, then I think what, you know, your document that you're going to come back with, you know, it sounds like would support your argument, but we would just need to see that. So I'm happy to work with you offline to try and develop that in a way. And given what's being said, we can continue to 122 for now, but at this point, maybe we both need more time for ourselves so that the commission has a week in advance to review it. So if you want to continue to the 22nd for now, just a note that I will be out next Thursday, Friday for a funeral. So if you want to continue to the first one in February, I can tell you that in a moment, but that might give you and me more time to talk offline to provide what we think is a proper analysis for the commission so that they could come to a vote. Sorry, give me one moment. I believe it's February 5th, but if someone has a schedule before them, let me know. The next meeting is February 5th. Yeah, January 22nd, February 5th, and February 26th.
Yeah, I think the 22nd works, and can catch up with you probably later, early next week.
Just know I'll be out next Thursday, Friday, and that's when the documents are due.
No worries.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll
122 at
to-
this time is a lighter meeting, so. Okay.
All right, thanks. We'll continue
Thank you.
to February. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Night.
All right. Next up, we have a presentation. Is that correct? So,
yep.
All right.
Let's see.
Hopefully they're still awake.
I know. The CSCR team. Hopefully they're still on there. Hi, Susan. Sorry it's late.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Can you hear us all?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much for having us. I thank you for working so long and hard. My dad was on the Conservation Commission for many years. So we're going to give you a little bit of an underwater view to reward you for all of your hard work. So I'm Susan Bryant, 251 Forest Avenue, and I'm the ecology leader and the leader of the eelgrass team here at CSCR. And we're just going to give you a quick introduction to ourselves and our work right now. And we may be coming back to you at a later date with some more specifics, but this is what we're doing now. So I will pass it on to my students. And you can see our screen, right, that says eelgrass presentation?
Hi,
yes, we can.
I'm
Thank you.
Junior at Norwell High School.
Hi, I'm Amelia Duzek, and I'm a junior at Dublin School.
Hi, I'm Julia Walsh, and I'm a junior at NDA Hingham.
So this is a story map that they've made to convey what we've been doing.
So CSCR, which stands for Center for Student Coastal Research, is a nonprofit that allows students to conduct real local coastal research guided by science professionals. And CSCR is made up of multiple teams, each one focusing on a specific issue that can be found right outside the doors in Cohasset Harbor.
So we are just a few members of the eelgrass team. And a lot of us recently just joined from last summer and have been kind of learning about eelgrass. And a lot of the work that we did last summer was learning about kind of the characteristics and getting a better understanding of the plant as a whole in order to hopefully understand why there's been such a huge disappearance in our harbors. So what is eelgrass? The official name is Zostera marina, and it's a type of submerged aquatic vegetation. And it kind of has this like ribbon look material, and it's like kind of very flowy in the water, and is a flowering plant, unlike a lot of other typical like seaweeds, and also has like full root systems in the ground. Yeah.
Eelgrass is so important because it's such a huge contributor to preventing climate change. It's really important for mainly two reasons because of how it's able to stabilize the carbon dioxide in the environment and how it's able to promote ecosystems beneath the sea that really cultivate biodiversity and a clean ecosystem.
So this is a map of the sites where we perform research. The building, in here we plan expeditions and analyze data, etc. Right outside the building, the inner harbor, this is where we dock the boat, take water samples. And then further out in the harbor, this is an area we call the AFChem, stands for Area Formerly Known as Eelgrass Meadows. And this has been a big point of interest for us recently because prior to 2021, students had mapped over 80 beds of eelgrass, but then only a year later in 2022, the eelgrass seemed to have completely disappeared, as you can see. And right now, the AFChem only has sand and rocks at the bottom. So that's the disappearance we're talking about. And further out from the harbor, Nick's Cove is a cove created by a ring of boulders, and unlike the AFChem, Nick's Cove, as you can see, is still dense with eelgrass. And then at the edge of the AFChem, we have this newer site that we call El Dorado. And this site's newer because we think when the AFChem disappeared, this is the only eelgrass that remained from that area. And we're really wondering why that is. So over this past summer, we spent a lot of time diving and observing it. On this next map, this is what the eelgrass looks like now. Each one of these dots represents a survey. And this is what it looked like before 2021. So you can see major disappearance.
And then those dots that Henry was showing on his map, we created those using a technology we call ArcGIS, and it was a really interesting process to be able to use it. We would go out on a boat, and then we would have some divers in the water. Sometimes I helped with the diving, and the divers would report how dense the eelgrass was, what the chute width and length was, if there was any wasted disease on it. And then these observations would be recorded online. And then we would be able to, use these observations like we're doing now to compare where eelgrass is in its data in relation to the rest of the summer and then compared to other years. So it's really helpful when we're able to see how much more data we're able to record about eelgrass in past years and how much fewer beds there are now.
So as far as the actual research process goes, a lot of our work is done out on a boat, and there's typically about 6 of us out there. We use GoPros to take a lot of our photos and videos, and then a lot of those videos are we'll watch and take screenshots of when we're back at our lab. And we also use YSI technology, which you can see there, to record temperatures. And so a lot of what we did last summer was kind of eelgrass and analysis and understanding the characteristics of it. And so using the YSI technology, we tried to figure out what conditions suit eelgrass the best to hopefully maybe understand, especially with climate change, why shifts could happen and if that could be caused by temperature or dissolved oxygen or salinity or that kind of thing. So these are also some photos that we took under the microscope, and these depict the stages of eelgrass reproduction. And so that was a big piece to understand and kind of a learning curve for a lot of us. But to be able to understand well enough that when we are diving, you can kind of see what's called a spathe, and that's the reproductive part on eelgrass, and be able to tell how close it is to having viable seeds. And so that allows you to be able to like kind of give a timeline for how long it will be until you can collect and then replant and so forth, and so on. So a lot of the footage that you might be able to see here, this is a student when they came out from diving, and they kind of give a report and observations and stuff like that. So yeah. These are some other photos that we took.
And then, like we were talking about earlier, eelgrass is so important in preventing climate change, and it's really important for coastal resilience. And so, in my opinion, the first thing that's really important about it is how eelgrass is able to photosynthesize. So, especially in today's day and age where climate change is, keeps on getting worse, it's really important for taking in a large amount of carbon and being able to store this, and then being able to produce oxygen. So it's really interesting to be able to have a local plant here that's able to regulate and stabilize our atmosphere. And then the second thing that's pretty interesting is that it has these things called rhizomes, and they basically spread out over on the sea floor, and they prevent erosion because of how they stabilize the sediment. And when it stabilizes the sediment, it allows for other plants to grow, and this promotes a lot of biodiversity because organisms are able to interact with the eelgrass and the other plants that the sediments are able to support. And this was like so fun to be able to dive down and look at when we were diving beneath the surface. We were able to see so many different organisms interacting with the eelgrass, whether these were fish, snails, crabs, or even geese. And to me, it just really showed how if we're able to discover so much life in such like a small concentrated part of Massachusetts, and in the world, it just goes to show how much exploration and conservation there still is to do in our own personal communities and just in the world in general.
So looking towards the future, we are hoping to take a lot of this research that we've done into a restoration plan. And so that's kind of where we're hoping you guys might come in with some permitting later on. But we want to use this kind of knowledge and introduction to eelgrass to be able to better understand its timeline when it comes to reproduction processes, and then also what climate it might be best suited for. And so a lot of the data that we've collected is hopefully going towards that in next.
So our project will continue to monitor the eelgrass as we have since 2011. We'll definitely check for naturally occurring regrowth in those devegetated areas. And we will report out to the communities. We will do this every year at the State of the Harbor that CSER runs, and it's in the spring, and you'll have a chance to see these students in person. We'd love to have you come and comment and get to know us and ask lots of questions. And we also, at that, we'll let you know via Charlotte when that is. And we are also interacting regularly with Mass DEP, DMF, EPA, Mass Bay's Estuaries Program, Selwyn Bank at NOAA, and people in academia. And they are actually helping us to apply for grants. So I have 2 grants that I have out. One is for the Atlantic Coast Fish Habitat Partnership Program. And the other one that I'm applying for by the 12th is the Mass DEP's Eelgrass Restoration and Carbon Study Program. So both of these are 2-year eelgrass restoration plans. We will work with you and with Scituate and possibly Plymouth if we need to go down there to get seeds to get all of our permitting in place. But I think it's going to be really exciting work, and we would look forward to your advice, your collaboration, and your support. And we also most cordially invite you all to come out in the boat with us for an expedition if you ever want to see it live. So that's it for now for us. Thank you so much. And I hope this was a little bit more fun than going through all those plans that you're working through. But thank you for all that you do.
And if you have any questions, we're also happy to take those.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
This
you
is
very
much
much.
more fun, and we do appreciate this since we do not see presentations like this that often. We appreciate your work and your GIS story map. But I had a couple questions, but I'll go to commissioners first.
Is there a general notion besides climate change that's causing the loss of eelgrass in our own harbor? I guess what I'm asking is the watersheds that drain into the harbor, are they having an impact on this?
I can kind of talk to that. I don't think we have any like concrete data to be able to like back that. We're kind of determining some possible reasons for this appearance. I don't know, we like one day when we were out on an expedition, there was really low tide and we saw some like geese eating some of the eelgrass. Obviously that's not a reason for all of its disappearance, but like, could that be a contributor? I don't know necessarily if it's directly because of how the watershed contributes, but I think that's part of our like future research is to be able to have a better answer. It's a lot of the like professionals who we've talked to don't really have a clear answer either. And so it's kind of this like whole community work of like seeing if we can have more concrete answers for you later.
It just seems like there's a gradient here from the inner harbor to the last stand of eelgrass just outside the harbor. We've lost a big meadow in a very short time, and it seems to be retreating, which might suggest that the origin of whatever is causing the problem comes from closer into the harbor.
Yeah, it's not just the harbor though, because you can see that even that bit to the left that's on the screen right now, that's disappeared too. So that's from a pretty small bit of watershed. That would be only like those houses right next to Sandy Beach. Or Little Harbor too. I don't know. But we have one of the more flushed areas of eelgrass around, and eelgrass is declining everywhere. So it's not just here. So we have a list of suspects, but even when we went to DMF, somebody asked halfway through the presentation, wait, did I miss it? What actually happened to the eelgrass? And everyone there was like, no, actually, you didn't miss that part of the presentation. We still just really don't know. We think green crabs are on the list of suspects. The warmer waters are on the list. Decreased salinity, wasting disease, and my personal favorite is red filamentous algae that rolled in at about the same time, which at least one scientist has said creates some toxic residue.
It seems that that's what's remaining is what was described as within a protective rocky area. So I guess one of my questions is the frequency and the violence of storms associated with climate change another contributing factor, and is that like potentially like a protected area from the wave action?
Yeah, good point. I forgot to mention, it's quite possible that they all just got buried by sediments from a nor'easter or maybe a nor'wester.
Yeah, that's part of the one place that we have been exploring that isn't really covered is that kind of thing in the middle right there. It's what we call El Dorado, is named by a student. But that was a bed found kind of it was found not last summer, but the summer before. And this past summer, we did a whole bunch of work focused there because it's in this like open kind of direct path for a lot of the storms. And as you can see in the video, it's still pretty dense, even compared to some of the other locations that we've seen. And so it's like, that was a theory. And then we kind of discovered this, and like they contradict one another. So I don't know.
Like Julia did a lot of diving there, and I don't think you found much difference between El Dorado's eelgrass and El Dorado's non-eelgrass, right?
No, like it's really interesting because both of those eelgrass patches were very similar. They're both very dense. They both had like the same reproductive shoots in the same green, like ribbony type. But for some reason, there's just large patches that don't have anything anymore. And we were talking about this before we were presenting, and we were thinking that the site that's farther out is most likely just a leftover of where eelgrass used to be. And for some reason, that specific section just didn't disappear and didn't receive any of the impacts that were causing the rest to disappear.
Do you guys have any other questions?
I had two for you guys. So I love how you guys are also collecting water quality data. I think I saw in your story map that you're looking at, was it O2 pH, salinity, temperature? Great. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious, like within the time frame of the large die-off, did you guys see any large spikes in temperature, any decreased pH or oxygen, any anoxic or low oxygen conditions, anything that looked like it spiked on your data?
I don't think we've analyzed enough of it yet. We have it. We've collected, we had hobo loggers out there this summer.
Yeah.
But we haven't gone through and analyzed it all. So we'll report back to you on that at State of the Harbor.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just a thought because I did see a lot of die-off events for seagrass in Florida when there were really large drought periods. Obviously temperature increased, oxygen decreased, acidity, of course, ocean acidification. And then the green crabs, that's definitely a mystery. When you guys had introduced me to that a long time ago, I didn't know what the green crabs were an issue for eelgrass. But yeah, I was just very curious on the water quality data. Maybe the El Dorado area, I don't know if there's any improved upwelling conditions of cold water in there. Maybe if temperature or any conditions are an issue, maybe that's why that area might be a little bit more resistant. So yeah, looking forward to the data that you guys analyze. And then my second question, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's a good hypothesis. And they do say that eelgrass is very sensitive to water temperature changes.
Yeah.
And one of the things that the wider eelgrass community is looking at is preparing our eelgrass meadows for warmer weather by using the genetics of the eelgrass plants that have been growing farther south.
Yeah.
So there's some interesting work there being led by EPA and some other people.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad they're already looking at trying to create any sort of genetic resistance in the anticipation of those warmer temperatures and seas. And my next question is, you guys mentioned that you're working with a lot of different organizations and state groups. That's really nice to hear, and we love that. You mentioned DEP. Have you guys submitted, or are you guys planning to submit your data to DEP? Because I'm sure you guys know there's a seagrass data layer on Mass Mapper, and I saw it was recently updated with several areas. So I know that takes time for DEP to do. So I was just curious if you guys are planning to or have submitted your data.
Yeah, so the DEP does flyovers to evaluate the eelgrass in different areas throughout Massachusetts, and we do have that data, and it's actually on this map. Those blue blobs, those are the ones that they did.
Oh, great.
And so
okay.
that is, if you can zoom in a little bit even more, yeah, because then you can see the dot that's in. So that's Mass DEP data is the blue blobs.
So they got, okay.
And then you can scroll back and you can see that even that they came up with the same conclusions that we did.
And then the black is absence, and the pink is like single colonization, and then everything else is just regular, like eelgrass.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, there's only 2 questions, but yeah, this is really helpful to look at this side by side. Yeah.
How quickly has this happened?
Since 2020, so slide it back. So this is 20 through 2021 right there, and then this is 2022 onwards.
Oh wow!
So it was very sudden.
We had a group of students who wanted to use 32 plants for an experiment, and they went out and we couldn't find any plants.
Wow.
In 2022.
Wow.
And have there been fluctuations in the percent coverage in the past, or has it been pretty steady up until then?
There are some fluctuations, but yeah, scroll that thing back again, slide back. So that is just one layer of Mass DEP, but the ones going back to 1995 look pretty similar to that. So this 2021, 2022 die-off was really a big difference from the past. But eelgrass in the 1930s, they lost a lot of eelgrass too, due to wasting disease, which is stuff that makes the leaves black.
How do you distinguish an eelgrass meadow from simply these areas that are darker in the imagery?
I don't know. We don't do the aerial imagery. We are the ones doing snorkeling, so we kind of end up ground truthing those aerial images.
Yeah, a lot of the days that we were out, like on the boat, you could only see probably like 20% of the total days you could actually see and distinguish whether or not it was eelgrass. So a lot of the time it was up to the divers. Both Julie and I were often in the water, and it was by the end, we kind of had a system where we'd have the divers and then you report back and to do the different work, because otherwise it's very hard, especially in the deeper areas closer to like kind of the center of the harbor, to actually like see and distinguish.
I'm just wondering, we use a program called Nearmap that goes back to 2014, and it's very, very high resolution imagery. And if there is some distinguishing, say, spectral response, it's all in the visible, of course, that eelgrass has versus parts of the bottom that are dark. For example, on the left side, the image you're showing us, we can see light areas, which are sandy areas, and darker areas. I don't know what's happening underneath the blue areas, whether it has a different hue of green, perhaps, that enables DEP or whoever's doing this to distinguish between areas with eelgrass and what might otherwise be a bottom that's covered by rocks or some other or seaweed. So I'm wondering if that Nearmap imagery could be used all the way back to 2014 to map literally on an annual basis Cohasset Harbor.
If I can ask, is it like images with like coordinates, or is it like
yeah, it's all georeferenced.
Nice.
Charlotte could show you some examples of this, and I know I've looked at it a little bit myself for eelgrass, and sometimes I think I'm seeing it, sometimes I don't, but there may be a more analytical way of doing this with raster analysis.
Yeah. It used to be really obvious before 2020. Every place that was dark on the flats was eelgrass.
Yeah.
And then that red filamentous algae rolled in, and then we'd go to a site that looked like eelgrass had looked the previous year. This is at boat level, not at aerial level.
Yeah, right.
We'd go to the site that looked like eelgrass, and we would drop a GoPro into it, and it would be just that filamentous red algae. So it rolls in like tumbleweeds. But yeah, it's red, it's not the green. So I know that there's the ways of looking at aerial images that allow you to interpret better than my eyeballs.
Yeah. So Charlotte, maybe you should show them Nearmap at some point in the future and see what they can do with it.
Yeah, happy to set up some working sessions with you guys. Nearmap, unfortunately, is a paid service, but I can definitely work with you guys so that we can log in together and look at it. But yeah,
you can extract a very high resolution imagery that's georeferenced.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can download the images. You don't have to. You could download the images and pass them out.
That is true. Yeah, I could do that too. But I'm definitely happy to show you guys to, play around in the system, because it does have a similar viewing tool like this where you can go between two different time points and look at it. So yeah. Susan, happy to work with you on that.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have a shout out from the audience. If you guys are able to see it, from Miss Mary Jo Larson. Appreciate this informative and interesting presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone have any
Thank
other
you.
questions?
That was a
Nope,
great
we'll make
presentation.
the story map available and we'll invite you all to State of the Harbor.
Awesome. Oh, Kathy,
Thank
I
you
saw your hand raised.
for your
Thank
work.
you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They want a
Thank you.
continuation.
Yes. Hopefully
Yes,
some
we'll
good
update you
news.
guys.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you
We
so much.
appreciate your
Congrats, Tim.
time. Sorry it was late.
Thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.
You want to catch their names, the girls and the boy, are they kids, Julia and
Oh yeah, I can get their names. I'm sorry.
even just the first name is fine. Just
I
wondering.
was gonna say, Susan, if you're still on, if you can hear us, if you want to send the names of the people who presented, we'd appreciate that. We love to thank them and for all the hard work they did. All right. All right, I got 4 COCs. I'm gonna try to run through these quickly, guys. Let's see. I'm looking in the audience. Is anyone here for 356 Atlantic Ave? If not, I do see people for the other projects, so I can go out of order. Anyone raising their hand? No? Okay. So I'm going to go through, let's see, go through the next one. And Jason and Brad, you're on for 31 and 35 Elm Street. Hi, Brad. Hi, Jason.
You're asleep.
Good evening, members of the commission.
Hello.
Good evening.
So we've there's a request for partial certificate of compliance for 31 and 35 Elm Street. The project has been completed per the plan. The mitigation requirement hasn't been able to be performed, or some of it has, but we have a Japanese knotweed issue within the buffer zone. So what we'd like to do is to do a vegetation management plan to eradicate the knotweed within the buffer zone, and then we'll have some space that we can adequately mitigate and improve the buffer zone. So we've prepared a vegetation management proposal. I don't know if we want to get into that fully. I'm happy to if the commission would like, but that's been submitted as kind of the not an alternative, but a variation to the project. So we'd like to hold the half of the go for the partial to confirm that the work has been completed, the house, the structural components, the landscaping, that portion, but leave the other portion of the order of conditions open so that we can work on the Japanese knotweed and then continue with the mitigation plantings. So that's what we're here for.
Okay. So it's a request for a some modification to the conditions, or
Basically, yes. So what we're looking to do is to, proceed with the partial certificate. That way he can move forward and know that the house has been completed, whatnot, and then modify the permit so that we can perform the vegetation management work, do the reporting, monitoring back to the commission, and then in say 2 to 3 growing seasons, come back with success and a request for a full certificate of compliance at that time.
All right. So you're going to come back to us with like a mitigation plan. And at this point, you're just asking for the partial for the house.
Yes,
right?
we have. Yes, we've submitted a management proposal that is in the file. There's either the commission can approve that as part of the work under the existing order now, issue the partial, or if the commission wants us to permit that separately as an amendment to the order of conditions, we can do that as a formal amendment.
Okay. I haven't done this. I haven't seen this on my time here. What's been our standard approach, Charlotte? Have you seen the plan, or do we have the plan to look
Yeah,
at now? Or
I've read through it, but I admit I would want to go through it in more detail. But I guess in terms of COC, a partial COC request, the last time I presented this, we didn't really have any major deviations to the in terms of the project for stormwater and for the house. So I would agree with a partial COC to at least close out the house portion for the wetlands permit and issue a full COC for the stormwater permit. I'm just going to double check, but Jason, I think I'll just, did you record the long-term maintenance plan? Yep, you already did. Okay. So yeah, if the commission's first of all comfortable with a full COC and a partial COC, if not, I can still go through that from the last time we talked. But in terms of the vegetation management plan, this is kind of uncharted territory. I mean, we had work approved in the 50-foot buffer to plant the plantings by hand with no mechanized equipment. So the use of herbicides obviously was not considered for the original order because we didn't know at the time we even needed it. So it would be commission discretion if you would want to look at something like this in order to complete the restoration that was already approved by the commission, or if you'd want to see that in a formal amended NOI request.
we issued the partial in the full for the stormwater. What's still open?
So the order
Just
would
the
still be
mitigation, just the
open.
landscaping piece? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the order would still be open and specify that the restoration plantings need to be completed with invasive removal in order to get it done.
All right. Commissioners, any questions or comments? Approaches here? I think I'm fine with that. I don't really want to dive into the plan at this point, especially if you haven't reviewed it yet. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, so I think I'm okay with issuing the partial. Any other commissioners have questions, comments on that approach?
No, I think we should do that.
Agree.
Okay. Anyone care to make a motion?
I make a motion to issue a partial COC for, where are we at here? NOI 2318, stormwater permit 2313, 3135 Elm Street. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay. With the, what conditions do we attach to this? We don't attach conditions.
We would just specify to close it out for the house project and leave, the partial is only for the house construction, and the order would just stay open for the rest.
Okay. So moved.
Second.
With a motion a second, I will take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. So.
And then we just need a full COC motion for the stormwater permit.
Okay.
Yeah, I move that we issue a COC for stormwater permit 2313, 3135 Elm Street.
Second.
With that has ongoing conditions, right, Charlotte?
Just that the stormwater management plan is followed perpetually, and he already has recorded it with the registry deeds.
Okay.
Second.
Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you.
Quick question. Does the commission wish to look at the vegetation management plan as part of the order? Would you guys want to see that in the form of an amendment, or would you guys want to technically approve it now as a continuance to the order?
Can we push that off and look at it as for next hearing? Is that all right with you, Brad?
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
This
is great to get in front of you and discuss it, and
yeah.
once
So
we
sorry,
go over it,
continue.
however you want to.
Do you
Yeah,
want
so
to
continue
review?
this
Do you want to?
discussion.
I don't know.
Just
Do you want to run through it quick now, or
Well, if you haven't had a chance to look at it,
yeah,
for it being, this late, I can
yeah,
coordinate with Charlotte further. That it's not, and we can put it on any meeting. It's not
yeah,
something that has to be, put in the newspaper kind of thing. So,
yeah.
okay,
and we're not going to be able to do any work towards the vegetation management now that we're in January. So we have some
all
time.
right,
We could
yeah,
keep it as a COC discussion pending, like we could still keep the COC part of the discussion open to decide if the commission, wants to consider it as part of, an allowance for us to finish the permit, or if they need a more formal thing. So it wouldn't be discussing whether or not to approve the plan. It would be discussing of whether or not of how they want to move forward with it. So I can keep that as a discussion item as part of COCs, I guess, to keep it kosher. So we're not deliberating on something outside of a public hearing. Does that sound weird, Adam? Or I'm sorry, not Adam, Brad.
No, that works for us. Yes.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Sounds good. So
Great.
we'll put that on for the 22nd unless that date doesn't work for you guys.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night.
all right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chris, it's a little bit uncharted territory there. Usually that's an amended NOI, but if we want to still at least look at it so you guys can read it first and then you can decide. All right, so I'm gonna go with 34 Rocky Lane. I'm sorry, yeah, Rocky Lane. Yeah. I think the remaining folks in the audience are here for that one.
Okay.
Hi, Christian. And Andrew, I think, is here, but maybe he'll chill in the audience. Hey, Christian, can you hear us?
How's it going?
Hello, sorry, very late.
Oh, I can't give you guys credit for staying up. I'm falling asleep.
I know, right? All right, I'll try to be quick. So this was just a, stormwater permit. We had recently permitted it last year, right? 2025. Sorry, my brain's crashing. All right, here we go. So this is the as-built. It was this was a reconstruction, right, Christian? This is an existing home that you reconstructed, or is this new construction?
No, new construction.
All right, sorry, new construction. Anyway, so I walked the site with Christian, confirmed the site was 100% stable. There were a couple, exposed dirt patches up on the ledge, but, Christian and his family are definitely going to plant that, but not a concern for erosion. So I would consider the site fully stabilized. The long-term maintenance plan just needs to be recorded. So happy to work with Christian with that administratively. The septic as-built has been submitted to Board of Health. It's pending a recorded deed restriction, but there's no concerns from a stormwater perspective in terms of the septic as-built design. There were two special conditions that the permit had to be contingent upon the applicant obtaining all their permits, and that was done. It was obviously a Board of Health permit for the septic design and a building permit for the house. And as part of the permit, the tree evaluation memo from Brad Holmes from 1/30/25 was added as a supplementary document to the approved site plans. So that was mostly just to note that we had evaluated the status of the trees out front and had to come out. So no action required from the applicant. In terms of the site, there were some deviations, which we did receive clarifications from the engineer. The driveway and the turnaround here is just larger than approved. There was 1,373 square foot for the approved design. The as-built is 2,407 square feet. So Greg did do a secondary as-built analysis. You can see that this is pre-development. And this is as-built conditions, so post-development. In terms of the changes, the 210 and the 100, there's a slight increase in the 100 from pre-development, but Greg is saying that the rate is 2% higher for runoff and volume is less. The 2% increase would be immeasurable and is considered negligible. And that's not the same for the volume, just the peak rate. So despite the increase in impervious, there's no increase from the pre-construction except for this 100-year storm event for the peak rate discharge. And then in terms of the, there was a patio put in back here, but it is confirmed to be pervious. These walkways and patios are pervious. So the engineer did not have concerns from that. He did input those into this runoff analysis. So he did model those just to make sure. And again, was not concerned with adverse runoff concerns and issues from the site. And the patio was 26 by 27. So that was a 702 square foot increase back here for pervious material. Versus it was supposed to be lawn. And then the grading in the front, just a little bit shifting more towards this way. This was the approved design, so not really much concern from Greg in terms of runoff coming down the front yard. As you can see, the roof area is infiltrating, and the driveway area is all infiltrating into these two systems that were built per plan. So you can see them here and here in the squares. And I was here for the inspections to see these going in. The engineer had also looked at them on a different day, I believe, with no concerns. And that was mostly it in terms of stormwater. The plantings are native out here. So, Christian, I think this one might actually be an Eastern red cedar. It was in your invoice as a black birch, but I just didn't look like a black birch to me, but you planted sugar maples up along here. So that's great. And then you just shifted there was a privacy screening of arborvitaes that were going to go here. You just shifted them to over here. So that, not really a concern from a stormwater perspective. Just wanted to note that the commission did discuss native plantings for trees during the hearing. And with that, I don't know, Christian, if you have anything else to add or if the commission has questions.
Covered it pretty well.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioners, questions?
Thank you. I don't have any questions off the bat. Any other commissioners? Tom, questions, comments?
No.
Steve?
None. Thank you.
Kathy?
No. Let's see.
Will?
No, it's fine.
Then I will make a motion to, where's this one? Thank you, Lynn. Then I make a motion to issue a COC for stormwater permit 25-03 for 34 Rocky Lane.
Second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Berrigan, aye.
Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0-0. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Christian. So I'll work with you on recording that maintenance plan and then I can issue the COC.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Anyone else left in the audience? No?
Let me double check. Andrew, if you're still awake, are you here for 6 Deep Run or 356 Atlantic Ave? Or are you here for 34 Rocky? Sorry, we can't hear you.
No, I was just here for Rocky Lane.
Okay, great. Yep. So we'll issue the COC when Christian records that O&M plan.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's everyone in the audience. Okay. So I'm gonna go through. Do you want the trickier one or the easiest one next?
Just get the tricky one. Just go in order. 1981.
All right. So 1981. I can be really quick on this one. This was a 1981 house project that related to the installation of a septic system. As you guys know, Atlantic Ave has since transitioned to sewer. So based on the records that we pulled, and Mindy took the time to scan in, which is amazing because that saved me a lot of work. Basically, the septic was installed. Board of Health gave a certificate. In 2010, they proposed to transition to sewer along with all the other properties on Atlantic Ave. I don't have necessarily an as-built of the full sewer locations, but I do have an inspection report confirming that the grinder pump and everything was properly inspected and installed. The septic system was decommissioned. So this order obviously just was not closed out. I can go through the special conditions, but they're irrelevant because obviously it's no longer a thing. The leaching field and the tank are filled and crushed and they're still in the lawn, but they're just in the lawn. Yeah, so no really special conditions with a COC for this one.
Okay. So then I will I'll make a motion to issue a COC for 1981 SE 13-85 for 356 Atlantic Ave.
Second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell,
Steve Magnoll, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
and Chris McIntyre. I had that vote passes 5-0-0.
All right. Last one. Sorry, guys, hang in there. The next meeting is very short on the plus side. So this was a stormwater permit and an RDA. There was a minimal amount of work in the 100. You can see through this really thin green line. We had asked to get the infiltration system out of the 100. So they did do that. I did confirm where this system is, and it is built outside the 100. With that being said, stormwater projects have deviations. So I'm just going to go through those as quick as I can. I did receive engineering responses. So overall, site stable, no concerns with erosion. At the time when I went out for my inspection, I did not find clearly where the outlet was. So I did have to come back today and look for it, and we did find it. And the inspection port was covered with grass, but luckily the cover was on top. So they dug it out for me. I inspected it. No signs of sediment in the system. There were some special conditions. Like I said, the system had to be moved out of the 100. They did that. We're good. Gravel infiltration trench was to be installed behind the pool and pool house. They did do that, and is shown on the as-built and confirmed on site. They had to use a stabilized construction entrance, a 3 to 4 inch quarry. I did see pictures of this, even though I was injured at the time, so they followed that. And then the pool BMPs had to be followed permanently. So this will be a condition of the COC. We have a pool best management practices sheet in terms of how to discharge pool water properly without being a jerk. So that will be added to the COC, and that will be submitted with the long-term maintenance plan, which will be recorded with the registry of deeds. So that does need to be done. The deviations are mostly that I was not present for the inspection of this system. It was awkward getting photos, but based on some photos that I received from the contractors, I think I can confidently confirm that there are 6 chambers in there based on the pictures that they showed me. The engineer who worked on this project has since left Morse Engineering, early retirement, good for him. And then there was additional drainage added in the front here. So the original plan was just to have everything pipe into the system, go into an outlet and out here. So what they did was they collected some of the roof drains from the front, piped it down and coming out here. So it is roof runoff coming from here. But overall, the engineer did not have any concerns about adverse impacts to the stormwater leaving the site. He did say that the perforated pipe, if crushed stone, is installed under the yard. He says thus acting as a leaching trench. So it should not have a negative impact on the overall runoff. It actually will slow the rate coming from that front here. So instead of going into the large chamber, it's still going into a crushed stone trench with a perforated pipe. So still getting infiltrated. And then the front yard was just raised a little bit, but no concerns in terms of runoff rates. The pool is slightly larger. It was supposed to be 16 by 50. It's 16 by 53. But overall, no adverse impact concerns from a stormwater runoff or calculations perspective. So yeah, like I said, the only thing that's left to do is to record the long-term O&M plan, and I will make sure the pool BMPs are also included with that.
Nothing complicated about that then. I thought you said there was a complicated one.
There's always like explaining the drainage changes, I admit are a little bit outside my wheelhouse, but that's why I get the clarifications from the engineer. So yeah, if Greg Morse is not concerned, he's put his stamp on the as-built. He's confirming the site is in compliance with the stormwater design and the permits and everything, and it's not creating a problem. So they are, so like I said, I mean, the entire house was supposed to be piped to the back into this system along with the drainage from the pool. And then there was a separate gravel infiltration trench here. So this was built per plan, and that was fine. It was really just changing the the drainage coming from these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 roof drain areas coming instead of towards the back into the system and out the outlet pipe. half of those are now coming here through a crushed stone and perforated pipe trench, and then in a separate outlet. So they're still getting infiltrated, and they're still, it's just a difference in the front and the back of the house.
Okay. Any concerns on your part? Are you good with it?
No, I'm a little, I admit, I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm a little annoyed that I can't see 6 chambers on the as-built, but, like I said, I think, based on the photos and going out there and, you know, talking to the contractors, and the engineer, I think we can confidently say that the stormwater system was properly installed. It's just frustrating. I wasn't able to get out there and I couldn't get photos.
Okay. Any questions or comments, commissioners? No? Okay. Then I'll make a motion to issue a certificate of compliance for stormwater permit 23-2046 Steep Run.
Second.
Thank you. I'll take a roll call vote. Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Steve Magnell.
Steve Magnell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
And Chris McIntyre, aye. That vote passes 5-0.
All right. I'm not going to read my updates, guys. It's already late enough.
All right. Thank you for sparing us.
Yep.
We'll
No,
read
you
'em.
don't need to hear it. You'll hear it next time.
Okay. Well, then I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Voice,
Aye.
voice vote.
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All right. Happy
night,
New
everyone.
Year. Good
Happy
night.
New Year, guys. Have a good night.
Good
Next
night.
meeting's very short, I promise, in comparison to this one.
But
Bye, guys.